Hiya papaya, everyone. Happy Sapphic Sunday. Hope you're all having a good Sunday so far. I know mine's tiring. I am just tired. I am tired in general. But we have a new Sapphic game to start. Rituals in the Dark by Ebihime. We know them very well, as in we play their many games. We played many other games. Look at this cute cursor. Very lovely, very lovely. The last game we played by them was, I don't remember. I have played too many games. But they make good ones. Thank you, Possum. Thank you for the head pat. It's all the way up there, though. How's your Cirque Sunday been so far? How's your Sapphic Sunday been? We watched some Hollow Cure earlier, and also, we watched... What was Mario playing again? What was she doing? I don't remember. She was doing a thing. She was doing a thing. What was the thing? I don't remember what the thing was. She was doing a thing? Oh, she's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Yes, Baldur's Gate 3. I remember because of the bear. I remember because of the bear. I was like, I made a joke. I know very little about this game. Awesome. No, stop it. Don't, It was Baldur's Gate 3. Also, how delayed are you? It was Baldur's Gate 3. I see. I haven't touched it yet. I have many things. I have too many things on the list. Many things on the list to play. Like this one. This game, Rituals in the Dark, which we're gonna go in right now. Right now. Aspen Draper was probably one of the last people to see the elderly Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee. Aspen? Aspen? Where? Still alive, and she was definitely the first person to see her after she had died. How do you say that word? How do you say that last name? Lay? Lay. Ms. Lay. Ms. Lay. Ms. Lay? Okay. Ms. Lay? Lay, maybe? Let's go with Lay. Ms. Lay had lived next door to Aspen for as long as the teenage girl could remember, in her semi-detached house on Paradise Road. Paradise Road, despite its grandiose name, didn't live up to expectations. It was like any other street in Scarsborough. Really gray, cramped, gently sloped down the side of a shallow hill. The pavement was usually linted with takeaway cartons from Bob's houses. The bins never seemed to have emptied on time, no matter how often Aspen's mother complained to the local council. And at night, Aspen could often hear stray cats fighting, or worse, mating, outside her window. Despite the street's numerous flaws, however, Ms. Lay had lived there for almost all her life. Or, ever since I got married to Ivor, as she herself put it. Aspen had lived in Paradise Road all her life, too. And though she'd met Ms. Lay on many occasions, she'd never had the pleasure of speaking to her husband. On the account that he was dead. Ms. Lay was old, though Aspen didn't quite know how. How old the Aspen presumed the woman must have been in her 70s or 80s, maybe even 90s, but it seemed rude to ask. The elderly Miss Lay was a mysterious creature with no fixed age. She had looked much the same as Aspen when she was 6 and when she was 16. If Miss Lay had changed at all over the decade, Aspen couldn't tell. Miss Lay exuded a constant aura of frailty, elderliness, an aura which had further compounded by her penchant, not pendant, penchant for closing her blue. Roomy eyes, and mumbled, "Back in my day." Aspen didn't know when exactly Miss Lay's day had been, but it must have been years and years ago. Decades even. It was certainly long before Aspen had been born. It might have been before her parents had been born too. That's being rude. I put glasses on, and now it looks I'm sad. Wow, I see how it is. You need to wash my face. In my eye. Oi. There's something in me, oi. Miss Lay didn't seem to have any friends or family. Though Aspen had lived next to Miss Lay for 16, border on 17 years, she really saw cars that weren't Miss Lay's old, unused Nissan parked in the driveway. The car probably belonged to Ivor when he was still alive. Maybe that was why Lay never touched it. Could she even drive? The old woman seemed so very frail with her slender wrists and her slow, shuffling gait that Aspen doubted it. Aspen never seen any children, grandchildren, nieces, or nephews graced the doorstep of Miss Lay's home. It was just Miss Lay and occasionally the woman from the council who called Rebecca. Council called Rebecca, but call me Bex, who came around a few times a week to buy Miss Lay groceries and clean her kitchen. Thinking about it, Rebecca should have been the one to discover Miss Lay's body first. Surely that was her job. Rebecca was employed not only to aid the elderly woman in her twilight years, but to save any poor, wide-eyed, nail-biting neighbor girl from sitting upon Miss Lay's corpse during the winter months. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Rebecca showed up to that particular Sunday. Sunday was her day off, and it had been Aspen who had found the body, not Rebecca. That's just how life goes. But to arrive at the point of Aspen finding Lay's body, the old woman's eyes rolled up her head and her mouth twisted into a sudden heart attack. We have to go back. Aspen had spent more of her life ignoring Miss Lay as she could, though her mother had told her to smile and wave when she saw the old deer pottering around her garden. That's what Aspen's mother called Miss Lay. The old dear. The old dear. And Aspen supposed she was harmless enough. Privately, however, Aspen had always thought Miss Lay was a little creepy. Miss Lay was a small and shrunken creature, like a living specimen pickled in vinegar. Her hair was very thin and white, and it was often tied back in a bun that exposed a worrying amount of baby pink scalp. Her fingers, meanwhile, were gnarled like the roots of a tree. Miss Lay would sometimes meander around in her front garden when the weather was nice, and her joints were up to it. She'd finger the garden. She'd finger the overgrown cluster of sweet peas and the pear trees that were even older and frailer than she was, with a satisfied nod, as though the plants of her garden were supposed to be dying. Maybe Miss Lay was so old, her eyesight so poor, she simply couldn't see that her precious roses had been half devoured by caterpillars. Her snapdragons and marigolds were run by weeds. Or maybe she did know, but she knew she was too old to do anything about it. Miss Lay could hardly don a pair of gardening gloves and kneel down in dirt at her age, whatever her age was. She'd throw her back out or dislocate a kneecap, and then she'd never be able to get back up again. Miss Lay seemed perfectly content to meander, nursing a mug of warm tea in her choppy fingers and a thick cardigan thrown over her shoulders. She admired what had once been a pretty flower garden. When Miss Lay saw Aspen, typically only on her way back home from primary school or ballet practice, she would smile and say how big she was getting. Aspen, who'd always been shy, would murmur words of thanks at her mother's behest and hurry indoors. And Miss Lay's sad smile couldn't reach her. For many years, these were the only interactions the two had. But that changed on Aspen's 13th birthday, when the old woman did something quite surprising. She bought Aspen a present. Well, bought might not have been the correct word. Miss Lay really went 3 paces past her front yard, and she certainly never went to Sainsbury. That was Rebecca's job. Instead, Miss Lay wrapped one of her old little ornaments up in paper and put it inside a shoebox and left it on the draper's doorstep with a card attached. The ornament was small and made of painted ceramic. Though most of the paint had flaked away, it depicted a little girl in a leotard and tutu, her hair tied back with ribbon, standing on point with her arms extended. On the girl's hand, one of the girl's hand had snapped off and her nose was broken, but it was a sweet gesture all the same. Aspen's father had been convinced the little ornament was worth a pretty penny, and he took it to the antique shop to be appraised, much to his wife's iration. I'm not gonna sell it, Penny, Mr. Draper had tried to assure his wife, "This belongs to Aspen. I just want to satisfy my old curiosity. You never know. It could be something special." Aspen's father, incidentally, worked as a curator at the Scarisbury Art Gallery. Scarisborough Art Gallery. He spent his days examining works of art, and he had a vested interest in how old, and more importantly, how expensive, little trinkets like Miss Lay's ballet figurine were. Unfortunately, a quick trip to the antique shop revealed that the ballerina was almost entirely worthless, but that is neither here nor there. The card Miss Lay left Aspen was decorated with an image of a young, rosy-cheeked girl in a pale blue dress playing with a jump rope. The card was very pastel and almost washed out, and seemed to have come from another era, maybe the 1960s or 70s. Inside the card, Miss Lay had written in a faint and spidery hand, "Dear Althea." Miss Lay often got Aspen's name wrong. "I hope you like your present. I saw it, and it reminded me of you. I know you practice ballet, and I thought you might get more enjoyment out of it than I do. Love, Margaret." Up until that day, Aspen hadn't known that Miss Lay's first name, what Miss Lay's first name was. She always called her Miss Lay. She'd never even stopped to consider that Miss Lay might have a first name at all. It seemed almost inconceivable. Miss Lay's name was Margaret. It didn't really suit her. The name was too light and jaunty. It conjured up an image of pretty, dark-haired girl in red, ruffled dresses, dancing beneath the moonlight. Not an elderly woman in frumpy clothes nodding benignly and at a cluster of worm-eating primroses. Maybe Miss Lay had been more like a Margaret in the past. Maybe her white hair had been dark, and she had worn red ruffles, and she had danced the night away. She must have been young and vivacious and full of life once upon a time. Maybe it had been when Ivor was still alive, however long ago that was. But Aspen couldn't imagine it. Aspen didn't want to call Miss Lay Margaret. For some reason, it made her feel sad. It felt too much like a wasted opportunity. Past time that would never ever come back. Miss Lay was always and would always be Miss Lay to Aspen. The revelation of Miss Lay's full name, however, was not the crucial takeaway of this letter. It was clear that though Miss Lay and Aspen had only exchanged the briefest of greetings over the past 13 years, Miss Lay had been paying more attention to Aspen than she herself had ever realized. True, she had gotten Aspen's name wrong. Aspen was quite an unusual name. Early Yorkshire. Then again, neither was Althea. But Miss Lay knew enough about Aspen to know that she took ballet classes. At least she had taken ballet classes. Aspen had quit when she started secondary school. Going to her lessons every Friday had been a painful experience. The ballet mistress, one Miss Preobrazhenskaya, oh, I butchered that horribly, who hailed from Russia. Oh, that's why. Preobrazhenskaya, who hailed from Russia, whose name Aspen could not pronounce, was very strict. And if she was bad, the other girls were worse. Aspen attended ballet class from the age of 5, with the children's dream of someday becoming a dancer. The young girl soon learned, however, that she was not and would never be as charming, flexible, or beautiful as the other little swans. She just didn't have the knack. Aspen had already given up on her dancing dreams when Miss Lay bequeathed her that tiny little ballerina. But it was a thoughtful gift nonetheless. It was very kind of her, said Aspen's mother, Penny. You should go over to her house and say thanks. Aspen had wanted to go to Miss Lay's house and thank her. She would have rather stuck her finger in the toaster. No, don't be like that. Penny had said, tutting. Miss Lay is an old, lonely woman. She needs some company. And she did send you a gift. You should show her a bit of appreciation. Aspen's mother would be quite assertive when she wanted. The young girl knew there was no getting around her. She had to go and visit Miss Lay. And so she did. One Sunday morning, with her hair neatly braided, wearing a blue gingham dress. Gingham dress. Aspen walked through Miss Lay's overgrown front garden and knocked on her door. She intended to say a quick thank you for the gift and vote, but Miss Lay had other ideas. With a small smile betraying the slightest twinge of discomfort, Miss Lay had arthritis, and even smiling seemed to hurt her. The old woman ushered Aspen inside. I need to wash my face again. Ugh. I'm dying. I am dying. What could she do? Refuse? She had Penny, who was always anxious about maintaining good relationships with the neighbors, would have flayed her. So Aspen, hesitant though she was, stepped inside. When Miss Lay closed the wooden front door behind her, Aspen couldn't help I feel like one of the children from Hansel and Gretel. Was this sleigh going to lock her in a cage? Cook her in her oven? But Aspen never met such grotesque end. Miss Slay struggled to pick up her reading glasses, let alone 13-year-old girls. There was no way she could have crammed Aspen into her oven. And anyway, it wasn't big enough. It was no fairy tale, and Miss Lay's eyes were far less sinister nature. Than any wicked witch. She just wanted someone to talk to. And that was how Aspen became Miss Lay's unwilling confidant. Lovely. Phone call from a stranger. I love those. Almost every Sunday, rain or shine, Aspen would show up at Miss Lay's house for mid-morning tea. Miss Lay's fingers trembled something awful, and her movements were slow and shuffling. She always insisted on making the tea herself. Not content to serve Aspen the same blend every visit, she took Rebecca to buy all sorts of different leaves during her big Saturday shop at the nearby Tesco. Sitting in one of the... Shut up. I know. Sitting in one of the overstuffed armchairs in Miss Lay's living room, which was strangely uncomfortable despite being piled high with cushions, Aspen would sample teas of varying flavors. The tea was often served with biscuits or chocolates, pink wafers, ginger nuts, custard creams, chocolate fingers, and bourbons. Bourbons. Miss Lay never ate any of the biscuits herself. She laughed and said she was on a diet. That didn't stop her from plying her young guest with sweets. And Aspen was too worried about upsetting her to say no. Her tongue burned from the too hot tea. Aspen tried to drink it as quickly as possible, and her stomach churned from too much chocolate. Aspen would sit there and let Miss Lay talk. Miss Lay talked about a large number of things during her visits, but Aspen could never remember much of it. Miss Lay talked about people Aspen had never met, all of them dead, buried, and places Aspen had never been. Sometimes Miss Lay managed to get Aspen's name right, but more often than not, she called her Althea. And the whole while Aspen began to wonder if she wasn't called Athena after all, sat there and smiled. The clock ticked slowly, counting away the seconds, minutes, and hours. Aspen would never get back. If Miss Lay knew Aspen wasn't particularly interested in her tete-a-tete, never gave any indication of it. Maybe she was too lost in her own reminiscence to realize how uncomfortable she made the young guest. Or maybe she was just so blind she simply couldn't see. Either way, regardless of Aspen's personal feelings, those sad and somber tea parties continued for several years. This routine, more familiar than clockwork, eventually came to an end, however. It came to an end in the most gruesome manner. 3 years later, one January morning, It had been unpleasantly cold during the winter. According to the news, they were going through a cold snap. Icy winds blew in from sea, and the wind howled desperately in the wind. In the night, Aspen walked to school wearing 2 sweatshirts beneath her coat, but it made little difference. By the time she got to her classroom, her fingers felt so frozen she worried they would shatter. Aspen's visit to Miss Lay didn't abate during the cold period. Aspen felt chilled to the bone. Miss Lay seemed to be doing well for herself. As well as a woman of indeterminate age to do at least. Miss Lay didn't look any sicker than she usually did, and though she complained about her arthritis, she played it off. She was playing her up. What? Although she complained that her arthritis was playing her up, these were the most compliant Aspen had heard for the last 3 years. Aspen didn't pay it any heed. Not until one particular visit. Aspen sat on Miss Lay's brown couch in her equally brown living room. Smelled, strangely enough, of chopped liver. Her hands in her lap. Outside, the wind howled. Miss Lay was in the kitchen. She'd gone to brew the tea and plate up the biscuits, as per her normal routine. Aspen had offered to help. Miss Lay waved the small act of kindness aside. "It's very kind of you, dear," she said, "but I'm not infirm yet. I can take care of myself. You sit down and read a magazine." Obedient to the fault. Aspen sat down, but she didn't read a magazine. Miss Lay was subscribed to Woman's Weekly and Woman's at Home, neither of which Aspen found riveting. Instead, Aspen watched the clock. Minutes slowly pass. 1, 2, then 5. Miss Lay did not come back from the kitchen. Though Miss Lay often took her time brewing the tea and plating the biscuits, she did have her arthritis to contest with. She didn't normally take this long. Aspen wouldn't have been so troubled if she could have heard the sound of the old kettle brewing or cupboard smacking. But everything was curiously quiet. So she got to her feet, and her heart pounding with trepidation. Already she knew something was wrong, and exited the living room. She walked through the hallway, sidestepping an old pair of Miss Lay's slippers, and a little wooden table topped with a chunky television, and made her way to the kitchen. "Miss Lay," she said, questioningly. "Miss Lay?" But there was no reply. Aspen stood by the kitchen door. It was closed. Aspen felt sick. At that moment, she already knew via some primordial instinct that lays dormant inside each other, every one of us, that if she opened that door, there would be no going back. Her life would never be the same again. But Aspen shook her head. She told herself, like we all so often do, when we know something to be true, not with facts, but with other distinction that she was being silly. Intuition. And she opened the door. What Aspen saw that day stayed with her ever since, like a birthmark. The old-fashioned kettle had finished boiling, and steam was slowly rising from the spout. 2 mugs had been set on the counter, already filled with tea leaves. They were ready to serve, receive the warm water from the kettle. But no water was forthcoming. A plate of biscuits lay by the mugs. Never mind. I'm lost. The biscuits lay by the mugs. Miss Lay had prepared Jammy Dodgers. The jam looked so very red and artificial beneath the yellow lights, and it was almost nauseating. And as for Miss Lay herself, she was sitting. But perhaps sitting isn't the right word. At the kitchen table. She was slouched down in her chair, fingers resting on the tabletop, her cardigan half falling off her one shoulder. She was quite still. She was so still, Aspen would have supposed that she was sleeping, save for one crucial detail. Her eyes were open. Her eyes were open so wide that almost bulged out of her head. Miss Lay's milky blue irises were rolled upward, revealing a worrying amount of white, and her head was lolled. Her mouth was open too. Her system tore into a frightening, silent scream, for no noise could come out from her mouth. She was dead. It was a heart attack, the doctor said, when they arrived at the scene. It had been a quiet, understated kind of death. All things considered, the old woman hadn't made a sound. Miss They, while preparing the plate of biscuits, must have felt a stab, pain inside her chest, accompanied by a sudden ache and pain. She was an old woman, after all. She sat down at the table, waited with very pain to pangs. Miss Lay had always known, though, that she would never admitted it, that Aspen found this week of tea parties as a chore. The old woman was aware that she was imposing on the young girl, but how could she help herself? Aspen was the only company she had other than Rebecca. I am dying. Again. My eye is itchy as fuck, and I'm dying. And more confused again. Well, I'm dying. I'm dying just like Miss Lay is dying. Nearly an hour, nothing's happened. Nothing happened. I mean, for nearly an hour, nothing's happened this whole content. What am I doing with my life? News had already known, though she would never admitted it, that Aspen found this weekly tea party a chore. The old lady was aware that she was imposing on the young girl, but how could she help herself? Aspen was the only company she had, other than Rebecca. Miss Lay hadn't wanted to cause more trouble than she had already, so she sat there, her body racked with pain, with a kettle brewed, and very silently and very quietly passed away. All things considered, it was quite a British way to go. Maybe one could even call it noble. Brave. Heroic. With the thought of Miss Lay suffering silently, too anxious to speak to ask for help, only made the young girl feel more guiltier. If only she'd have done something. But Aspen had done nothing, and by the time she'd realized something was amiss, it was already too late. That was the first time Aspen had seen a dead body outside of scenes in detectives, dramas, or movies. She hoped it would be the last. Unfortunately, none of her classmates or even her friends would ever let her live it down. Oh, finally, visuals? Wow, finally, visual! Wow, woman! Woman! It's woman. Look, it's women. Look, possibly it's a woman. So, did it really happen next door? That's right. That's where you found her body? Yeah. Ew! How creepy! People glanced around about Aspen's bedroom, which was joined, though separated by a lilac wall, to what had once been Miss Lay's house. How does it feel living next to a place where a dead body was found? It didn't feel like anything, really. Oh, come on. It has to feel like something. Doesn't it creep you out? Not particularly. Have you ever heard of any strange noises at night? What kind of strange noises? Well, I don't know. Coiling, crying, anything like that? No. Have you ever stepped into any cool patches of the air? Or felt shivers run on your spine? Do the tricky skulls shock your soul? Are they gonna see what you're doing tonight? Well, Aspen thought for a moment in a half-hearted attempt to oblige your friend when shook her head. Wow! Aspen had been fairly reticent, but Pippa looked impressed all the same. She whistled beneath her breath. Whispered. No, seriously creepy. I'd be freaked out if I had to live next to a spooky old house like that. Spooky? Spooky? Blackie raised a neatly plucked eyebrow. This isn't a horror movie, and we're not little kids. I know, but it's the thought of it. Could you imagine? Aspen bit her lower lip. She didn't need to imagine. She'd already seen Miss Lay's body. Pippa hadn't. Maybe that was why she sounded so gleeful about the whole sorry affair. The house looks so run down too. The garden's a mess, and the windows are all boarded up. I guess nobody's moved in yet. I don't think anybody would want to. It was quite hard to sell. Quite hard to sell for the real estate agents. Even the most charismatic real estate agents. Expired gum. Ah, hydrate. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. I can't remember to swallow my gum. My expired gum. I'm good. I didn't. Look at my gum. My itchy eyes make my nose runny, and therefore my life is pain. And here we have the kitchen. It's located near the back of the house, away from the road. It's got windows looking out in the garden, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and an oven. And if you look to your right, that's where the previous occupant was found, stone cold dead, at the breakfast table. It really makes you think about the briefness of life, doesn't it? It's a short candle. So the months went by and nothing moved. Nobody moved in to Miss Lay's house. So the months, nope, except the squatters. The squatters broke in through the windows. They probably stole most of the stuff inside the house, and Miss Lay's possessions had been moved. She had no relatives to collect them, and lived a will. The squatters banged about in Miss Lay's room until the early hours of that morning. They had such a racket, Aspen's mother complained to the local council. Outside the house boarded up, but that was about it. Whatever remained of Miss Lay's belongings, her lavender stuffed cushions and her little china figures and her floral rugs that smelled strangely musky, were still shut inside, waiting for an owner who would never return. The garden, which had brought Miss Lay such joy, was now deader than ever. Such a thing impossible. The withered runs, snapdragons, and stifled the marigolds, and the roses were more holes than flowers. But despite that, life continued on. It continued for the girls, like Lucky and Pippa, at least, who were completely divorced from the memory of Miss Lay's sightless eyes and twisted mouth. But it didn't for Aspen. Not properly. How could it whenever Aspen closed her eyes, she saw the image of Miss Lay's dead body. Beneath her lids, like a grotesque tattoo. Pippa lunged forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. So, was it like, what was like seeing it? How did it make you feel? Lucky, who had disdained down to a fine art, wrinkled her nose. I bet it was disgusting. Look, you guys. Aspen shifted on the edge of her bed, fingers linked together. Her bare right foot twisted against the carpet. Twitched. I don't want to talk about it. Why not? We're your friends, aren't we? We are friends, but you don't need to tell anybody else, but you can tell us. Scout's honor. You've never once been a scout. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. Well, I can't really remember. It has been more than 5 months now. Liar. What? You wouldn't just forget about things like that. At least I wouldn't. Too bad. Too bad we're not all geniuses like you, Lucky. I'm not a genius, I just bothered to study it for my exams, unlike a certain somebody. Wow! Get you! You're so la-dee-da! It was dark outside and up beyond Aspen's drawn curtains, and then the 3 girls were sitting on the edge of Aspen's bed in their pajamas. While Aspen and Pippa were dressed demurely, Lucky had starred in something a little more revealing. Lucky's nightwear, if it could be called as such, was a very sheer nightgown with thin straps that shone pearl white beneath the dim glow of Aspen's bedside lamp. Aspen wondered if it wasn't too cold in Scarsborough, which was by the seafront, where such a skimpy clothes, but perhaps Lucky's body was still attuned to the warmth of Indian summers. But the fact that her parents had moved to England when she was still a child. It wasn't yet midnight, and the 3 girls would have been going to sleep for several more hours. That was how sleepovers worked. There was rarely ever any sleep involved. But Lucky had insisted that they change into their nightwear as soon as 10 o'clock came around. Like he said, she felt more comfortable in her pajamas. But Aspen probably thought that she wanted to show off her new nightgown. Probably is the case. Almost all of Lucky's things were new. Family. New. Her family was new. Her family was rich. She had no qualms about flaunting it. As he fought quite a lot. Plus Aspen, as she serendipitously admired her friend's slender legs. Pretty gay. Come on, Aspen! Pippa, Aspen's most stereotypical British friend, who had a particularly flushed cheeks and ginger hair, pouted. We've been really nice to you about this whole thing. I mean, we didn't get on your case too much. When you found that old lady, didn't we? Maybe not, but everybody else did. Aspen hung her head. Her dark hair fell in front of her eyes, obscuring her face. Whoa! After Aspen found the body of Miss Lay, she became something of a local celebrity. Aspen hadn't told anybody about her discovery, but the news had traveled fast. Jenny's mother worked at the local hospital. She'd been one of the first people to hear about Miss Lay's fate. Jenny's mother had told Jenny all about the awful affair, and how traumatizing it must have been for everyone involved. It wouldn't have been half as traumatic if Jenny's mother had adhered to basic confidentiality clauses. Jenny told Anna, Anna told Lucy, and Lucy, being Lucy, told the world. Then Aspen returned to school on Monday. A wise but sadder girl, she was certainly thrust into the unwanted, unasked role of a celebrity. Everybody wanted to know what finding a dead body had been like. They wanted precise details, right down to the volume of saliva trickling from Miss Lay's open mouth. Spoken disgusting. Aspen had always been quite a bit of an awkward child, a wallflower, if you will. Had shied away from these queries. She didn't like being in the spotlight the best of the time, and she certainly didn't enjoy reliving these thickening seconds when she was stumbling upon Miss Lay's body at the breakfast table. If she had to be famous for something, she'd rather be famous for being funny, and audacious, like Pippa, or beautiful and clever, like Lackey. But Aspen wasn't funny or audacious. She certainly wasn't unbeautiful, and though her grades were good, they weren't as good as Lackey's. Black eyes. I don't know names. Aspen was quiet and softly spoken. She rarely raised her hand in class, even when she knew the answer to the question. It didn't seem worth the effort. In lieu of having any real ability to any noteworthy achievements, Aspen became famous for finding a corpse. It wasn't much of a claim to fame. In fact, the whole thing was quite depressing. The hubbub surrounding Aspen did die down within a few weeks once her classmates realized it would be easier to pry juicy gossip from Miss Lay's cold blue lips than Aspen, but a faint undercurrent of intrigue remained. From that day forth, Aspen knew she'd never be regarded as Aspen Draper anymore, but not among any of her teachers. She was, and always would be, the girl who discovered a dead body. 6 months have passed since then, but Aspen still couldn't escape from the ghostly memories of Miss Lay. Can you just tell us what she looked like? I want to know. What do you want to know? I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. But if you don't tell us, I'll spend the whole night thinking about it, and then I won't get any sleep. It's the uncertainty that kills me. Mom? Please, give me some goddamn space. It's quite annoying. Aspen didn't reply. Instead, she ducked her head, idly tracing patterns on her bedspread. To Aspen, it was the certainty that really unsettled her. You're trying to explain it, but somehow she didn't think Pippa would understand. It was a little like the testrals in Harry Potter. Potter. In the testrals? In Harry Potter, Aspen mused she had taken great comfort in her favourite childhood books after finding Louise's body. Death only made sense to people who unfortunate enough to see it, while those who could not hope to understand how frightening real it was. But fun. Pippa pouted and folded her arms as if talking about a dead woman could ever be fun. And to remaining silent, Aspen had cruelly robbed her of a diverting amusement. I'm sorry. Aspen apologized, her head bowed, because she didn't know what else to say. What was there to say? Well, it's only 11. We need to do something fun to pass the time. Pippa pouted for a few moments, tapping a finger against her lower lip before press it up. Maybe we could play a game. Bloody Mary. Summon a demon. I don't want to play any of your silly games. I could chip a nail. It won't be a silly game, Lucky. You'll be really immature, I promise. The Aspen's parents out here, we can really go all out. What do you mean exactly? I mean... People jumped a finger because I get to the bedside table, perhaps in an attempt to build anticipation. We can play Truth or Dare! Aspen felt her stomach sinking through her body to the bottom of her feet, and all the way down into the floor. All of a sudden, she got sick. Aspen had played Truth or Dare with Pippa during her sleepovers before, and Aspen still bore the scars that day. Pippa's imagination was exhilarating. It was inexhaustible. It never failed to conjure up disgusting dares and excruciating truths. Once Pippa had made Aspen eat a worm. Other time, Pippa made Aspen climb inside a washing machine. When Aspen's mother had found her, she'd almost hit the roof. She'd shout at Pippa, who'd been 6 years old at the time, and phoned her mother to come pick her up immediately. If Mother had been there now, she never would have let Pippa play such a dangerous game. But Aspen's mother wasn't there. Neither was her father. Aspen's parents were away on a cruise into the Mediterranean. The cruise had been booked almost a year in advance, and tickets were hard to come by. Penny and James had offered to cancel when their daughter found Miss Lay, of course. They'd worried that being all alone in the house next to the field of mortuary where Miss Lay's corpse had been found might disturb their only daughter. Aspen, however, had reassured them that she would be alright. In fact, she insisted that they go. She wasn't a child. She was almost 17. She could look out for herself. If she ever felt overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of his memory, she could write Pippa and Lucky over, and her mother liked Lucky. She thought she was sensible. When it came to Pippa, she was a little less keen. Unfortunately, Inviting Pippa and Lucky over seems to be doing more harm to Aspen's genius mental state than good. Aspen was beginning to wonder whether she might have been better off alone after all, with nothing but her memories for company. At least they couldn't ask too many probing questions. Or maybe make her climb into any washing machines. This truth or dare? Lucky, who'd met Pippa and Aspen in secondary school and didn't know anything about the washing machine incident, frowned. What is it exactly? It's simple. One player gets to be in charge of the two. The leader asks the others truth or dare. If they pick truth, they have to answer any question they've asked truthfully. Or they can pick dare. Then the leader gives them a command and they have to fulfill it. It's like the law. Can the leader pick any truth and any dare? That's right! Within reason. I see. Interesting. Aspen looked at Lucky, hopefully. She prayed that her friend could look down her nose at this preposterous party game. She did with so many things, and to derided it as being beneath her. Well, I suppose it isn't too childish to ask the right questions. Aspen's face blanched. Lucky had let her down, and she didn't even seem to realize it. You've never played Truth or Dare with Pippa before, have you? No, I haven't. Why? Is there something I need to know? It's just, the dares can be quite creative. What? Are you still sore about the washing machine thing, Aspen? Aspen wasn't literally sore about it now, but she had been at the time. Her parents had been quite a lot of fancy washing machine. It had been a gift from James' father. It was made for trousers and jumpers, not 6-year-old girls. Aspen had always been short and slight, but climbing into that washing machine had been quite squeezed. She'd been terrified she wouldn't be able to get out back again, and she'd managed to bruise her right arm most fabulously. It'd been purple and green for weeks afterwards. Lucky, who was none the wiser, went curiously. What washing machine thing? It's a long story. Don't get bent out of shape about it, Aspen. It was years ago. I'm not that immature. Just keep making little balls with the soldered iron and tech. Like last term and flicking them at Colin with your ruler. Well, he deserved it. He kept making fun of my hair. Mr. Langley wasn't very happy when he found out about it. Mr. Langley isn't happy about anything. Stupid old git. Pippa puffed at the injustice of it all. Her arms folded. Pippa was something of a wild card. She wasn't coercing 6-year-old into washing machines, granted that had only happened once. She was getting into arguments with Colin and Murphy and his friends about her hair. Aspen sometimes wonders if Pippa would have been less fiercer if she hadn't been teased about her hair so often. Maybe Pippa acted loud and brash to deter people from making rude comments. Not that it ever worked. If anything, it made her even more of a target. Anyway, enough about that. We'll clap our hands together. Truth or dare, let's play. Let's start. Do we have to? Of course we have to. You've already started. We have. That looks lucky. Do you really want to play? Why not? It might be interesting. But don't look so sad, Aspen. I'm not going to make you get into some more washing machines. You wouldn't fit. That wasn't a deter. That hadn't deterred Pippa in the past. But Aspen decided to keep smut. Dumb. It was 2 against 1. She wouldn't win. Aspen had very few friends, as it was. She didn't want to alienate the only friend she had. Somehow miraculously managed to cling to throughout secondary school. Strange though they were. Alright, we can play it if you really want to. Great! I knew you'd see it my way. Our way? That's right! So? People smile mysteriously. Aspen didn't like that smile. She didn't like it one bit. I'm the one who decided on the game. I think I might go first. Any objections? None here. I guess not. Great! Then I'll ask you first, Lucky, since you've never played before. Truth or dare? Truth. Lucky answered without batting an eyelash. She looked utterly calm and composed under sheer nightgown, almost like a stone effigy. Alright then. Since you've played this game before, I'll ask you something that'll really make you squirm. Don't squirm. Like I was right. She didn't squirm. Not even when the boy at the school made fun of her foreign name, or her foreign family, or her teeth, which were slightly crooked and seemed over large in a small, delicate mouth. Lucky hadn't even squirmed in biology class. And Mr. Peter, whom Aspen suspected was a sociopath, showed them videos of live maggots being picked out of people's skin. Disgusting. Lucky never blushed. It was almost as though her bronze skin was completely bloodless. Well, if you're sure, then maybe about this. And how about this? When you masturbate, who do you usually think of? Pippa. Aspen's eyes widened, her face flooded scarlet as though she'd been asked the question, not Lucky. You can't say that. Say what? Masturbate? No, I mean it. That's personal. That's the point of the game, stupid! It wouldn't be truth or dare without it if it wasn't. I don't know why you're getting so worked up anyway. That's Lucky, not you. Unless you'd like to join in. No, that isn't it. Simply thinking about something as personal, let alone sharing it with her friends, was enough to make Aspen blush to the tips of her ears. I just think it's a bit too far. That question is definitely intrusive. Oh? Aren't you going to answer? Just so you know, if you can't answer the question or complete a dare, you'll be punished. How will you be punished? Maybe I'll text my brother and tell him that you have a crush on him, Lucky. No, thank you. You hate my brother that much? I don't hate him. I just don't want to acknowledge his existence. He was her brother, Aaron, who was 19. He hadn't managed to get into his university of choice, or any university, for that matter. He was waiting to retake his A-levels while working part-time at McDonald's. At McD's. McDick's. McD's, McDonald's, McDick's, MD. He was kind of person who liked to wear offensive shirts, tell offensive jokes, and laugh too loudly at things that weren't very funny. Whenever Lucky and Aspen went to Pepe's house, Aaron tried to flirt with Lucky. He largely ignored Aspen. Lucky regarded him much like one would regard an insect, and kept her distant. Well, if you don't want to be my sister-in-law, you better answer the question. Truthfully, please. Who do you think of when you masturbate? Lucky sighed, closed her eyes. If you really want to know, Ishmar Kushrana. Huh? People looked at Lucky blankly. Come again? He's an actor. I knew you wouldn't have heard of him. Hey, that's not fair. Can't choose somebody who we obviously wouldn't know. It's not my fault that you're uncultured. I give you an honest answer, so my turn should be over. I guess, but... He was scowled, evidently annoyed. Right, whatever, it's your turn now, Aspen. Do the dare. Will I... Aspen dropped her gaze to her knees. Her face was still spotted light pink, remnants of leftover investment on Lucky's behalf. She could have chosen truth, supposed. But what if Pippa asked her an unpleasant, intrusive question? That was painful. Would it perhaps be better to choose dare then? We could think of some extremely nasty dares, but were they a little too old to be indeed worms? Plus, as if I'd already reassured, Aspen really was too big to fit in a Mr. Washing Machine now. Come on, Aspen! The clock's ticking! Is there a time limit? I might have to improvise. Impossible if Aspen keeps dithering. Dithering? I just can't make up. You just can't. If you can't make up your mind, I'll punish you. Now, I wonder what it'll be. What I'll do. Aspen pinched, pale face turned paler still. If it were intended to punish her, regardless of what she did, might as well take her decision to make her decision, and get it over with. And so it was her stomach tying itself into knots. Then Aspen slowly said, "Then I choose dare." Alright, now that's what I'm talking about. The book punched her fist into the air, triumphantly. Lucky, meanwhile, raised one of the slender eyebrows. That was brave of you. That was brave of you. I just hope it wasn't too foolish. Don't worry, Aspen. I know you're a baby, so I won't go hard on you. I'll make it easy. Don't make it too easy. It wouldn't be fair after what you asked me. Lucky, whose side do you want anyway? Don't take sides. That would be immature. Well, don't worry, you two. I've already a good idea for your dad, Aspen. You're not going to shut me into small enclosed spaces, are you? They studied the cast of Armadillo. Armadillo. In English that year, Aspen didn't want people getting any ideas. Don't wait too much. I might be planning to shut you up. Shut you up, but it wouldn't be anywhere small or enclosed. Where then? Can you guess? I'm not very good at guessing games. These people just tell me. Christ! You don't have any imagination, do you? Alright then. An unpleasant smile captured the corners of Pippa's lips. I want you to break into Miss Lay's house. This is so stupid. Like he tutted, her slender arms crossing over her chest. It was at the end of August, and though it was a cold night, it wasn't uncomfortably so. Like he stood outside, like Miss Lay's home, backlit by the garnished garnished orange light of nearby lampposts and signs. She was still wearing her sheer nightgown with the thin straps. The nightgown stopped at Laika's Lackey's mid-thigh, exposing her knees and a generous portion of slender leg. Though her otherwise bare feet were encased in her white wedge heels, the rest of Lackey was exposed to limits. The wind ran through her short, brown hair so it fluttered. In the midnight streets, bathed with artificial light and framed by the round moon, Lackey looked strangely ghostly. Pippa, meanwhile, was much more corporeal, with her pink cheeks and her red hair. She was comfortingly solid and real in this dark, dark night. Which is not comforting, was we really, when it was through her continued insistence that the three girls had to come outside in the first place. They were the only people outside, which was to be expected. It was almost midnight. Aspen looked to a quiet street, and it had grown quieter still, with the doors and the windows of Miss Lay's. Miss Lay's house had been boarded up, squatters had been driven out. It was definitely silent, save for the sound of the wind through the trees and the dim, distant din of a crying but calling bird. This did little to comfort Aspen, instead it made her feel even more anxious. Surely it was too late to pay the games like this. If my mother had been at home, she would never have allowed Aspen to go outside at this hour. But her mother wasn't home. She was on a boat that was slowly cruising through the Mediterranean. Doubtlessly enjoying the weather that was a good deal warmer and sunnier than it was in Scarborough. Aspen swallowed. Saliva tasted like ashes. Lucky, you're right. This is stupid. Let's go back inside, please. Can't go back inside. Someone came on its way. You're going to do the dare, Aspen, and it's final. But the windows are all boarded up. And so is the front door. There's no one inside. Let's go around the back. There must be somewhere you can get in. But Aspen didn't have enough time to argue back. Pippa seized hold of Aspen's hand with her own. A few moments ago, Aspen had found the unquestionable corporealness of Pippa's body comfort. But it was more like a curse. Please. Pippa dragged Aspen around the rear of Miss Lay's house, pushing open the small wood gates that divided the front yard to the back. The gate was locked. It opened with a piercing creak. It sounded far too loud. In the stillness of the night, I'm falling asleep again. Fuck. Aspen's hair pounded harder and harder. Now the three of them were standing in Miss Lay's back garden, or what had been back garden. Aspen had been there herself a few occasions. Miss Lay had been live. It was sunny. A pair of them would sometimes take tea there at white patio table with matching chairs. Moonlight illuminated the basic work pattern of the once familiar table, rendered unfamiliar by the darkness. The garden was overgrown. There was nothing compared to the back. In the last 6 months, dandelions and white clovers had sprouted everywhere. The grass had grown long and unruly, with nettled Nestle inside, ready to spring unsuspecting legs. Sting. Miss Lay's old pear tree, which had which she had loved to distract, I planted them, seemed more crooked than ever before. But maybe that was the trick of the light. Those trees had always been crooked, even when Ms. Lay was still alive. But that's it's only gone forever. I open the can of monster in the fridge. Try to acquire the monster. It's been in our fridge for 2 weeks. Try to open that at some point and consume it. Do you think that would help me? No. Maybe. But Aspen had stand in the garden forever, marveling at what ravages time had wrought. Consume the monster. Okay, I'll get the monster then. I'll get the monster. I'll put this away. Took me Ultra Rose that's been in my fridge for weeks. For 2 weeks probably. The first got it. Maybe more. I don't remember how long when I got this. It's been a while. Ready? Can ASMR. Did you like that? Did you like that, boss? Thank you. Oh, that's really cool. What the fuck? Ah, that was really cool. That's weirdly cold, and I felt really cold on my way down. Thank you for the stretch. Maybe I won't fall asleep now. Maybe I won't start slowly dying this time. We'll see. At that present moment, she was rather more concerned about her own imminent fate. There, I knew it. She pointed to the leftmost window at the bottom of the house. Aspen knew led into the kitchen. What she recalled, it overlooked the sink. The basin and the taps would be right underneath it. Somebody, maybe one of the squatters or a scavenger, had removed the plywood that had stopped up the window. The window had been smashed. The glass panes were eerily absent, like the entrance of a cave. There's no hope, ye who enter here. That was something Aspen's dad used to say about her room in jest. When she'd let her clothes and dirty plates pile up. That's from Dante. The Divine Comedy. Aspen never read it. Wait, Aspen not reading a book? Or whatever that is? Crazy. Imagine that. Aspen not reading the Divine Comedy. Imagine Aspen not reading the Divine Comedy. Kinda crazy. Aspen fucking fake. God dang, she's a god dang fake. Wait, I remember, I keep forgetting every time I open. Where is it? Props. Mimo is chest level. Oh, why are you back there? You must stop it. Nemo? Close enough. As I pace the window of Miss Ly's old house, my face pale and bloodless. You're not suggesting I climb in through the window, are you? Well, how else are you going to get inside? Aspen took a step backward. I don't think this is a good idea. You're not chickening out, are you? It just doesn't look very safe. What if I cut myself? You'll be fine, Aspen. Stop worrying. How are you so certain I'll be fine? But that window, it leads to the kitchen. That's where I found Miss Lay. Oh, I see. Pippa smiled mysteriously. You're just not afraid. You're not afraid to run into the old woman's ghost, are you? I don't believe in ghosts. Then what's the problem? You just go in there for a few measly minutes, can't you? But it wasn't the ghost Aspen was afraid of. It was her own memories. They were already starting to come back to her. But Aspen knew they'd never really left. Oh, she's cute. Aspen's cute, oh my god. Aspen's cute. Oh my god, look at her. Even now her dreams were interrupted by images of Miss Lay slumped back in that chair with her eyes rolled back and her mouth sagging open. Wow. How could she explain that to Pippa? Pippa had never seen a dead body. She wouldn't understand. Pippa was too dynamic, too lively, too cheerful, too oblivious to ever worry that one day even she would shuffle off that mortal coil. It happens to the best of us. The worst of us. It happens to everyone. And sweet old ladies like Miss Lay, who might have been a bit creepy, but who never meant any bad. Balaki was beginning to get impatient. She glanced around Miss Lay's disorderly garden and frowned. If you're going to go inside, Aspen, you should hurry up. Oh? Are you getting cold, Lahi? Not really. Lahi, you never admitted to any weakness, rolled her eyes. Just getting bored. Same here. Get your act together, Aspen. You're getting boring. Pippa. Aspen looked at her friend, who didn't seem very friendly right now, with hopeful eyes. Can't I change your mind? Can I say truth instead? Nope. That's against the rules. Now, let you punish me. You can do whatever you want. Whatever I want? That's right. Then your punishment is going inside Miss Lay's house. Yeah, I saw it coming. I saw that coming. That's not how. That's not that. Pippa, you really suck as a friend. Pippa, you really suck as a friend. But that's not fair. That's not fair. It's not fair that you're making us wait for so long. I have better things to do with my time. But... Come on, Aspen. It's just an old house. There's nothing to be scared of. It's only... You only need to get inside for a few minutes, that's all. Lucky made it sound so easy. But Lucky, like Pippa, had never seen a dead body. What if I see my glasses? Drop the phone. Where's the glasses? Look at the phone glasses. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. The glasses. I don't know what it is. Doko desu ka? Doko ni desu ka? I have two. I forgot I have two pairs of glasses. One pair I bring to work. One pair I just leave at home for no reason. Maybe he's a register. Not better. What do you say, VC face? Do you see my face? Do you register a real face now? Registers... better. To an extent. Oh well. Better than nothing. You know, not really registering my mouth movements. Better than nothing. Fuck it. Things are talking better now? Yeah, it does. Oh well. Oh well. I guess it just hates yellow stitches glasses. He wasn't the one who discovered them sleigh. She just know how Aspen felt when she'd pushed open the kitchen door on that day, still innocent and unassuming, to be confronted without any warning by death. Death rarely gave warnings. Death had been cruel to Miss Lay, but it had been cruel to Aspen too. It had shown her something she was too young to process, something she wasn't ready for. Nepip and Lachi were asking her to confront it all over again. To them it was just a game, but Aspen was being forced to relive one of her worst nightmares. What could she say? Pippa's fingers found Aspen's shoulder. She pushed the limp, unresisting girl onwards towards the gaping window with its shattered glass. Come on, Aspen. I just want you to go into there for 5 minutes tops. We'll wait for you outside. We won't go anywhere. Do you promise? That's right. Pippa smiled, her teeth large and white in the light of the moon. Gently, tenderly, she let her hands fall from Aspen's shoulders. She entwined her fingers with her friends and gave them a gentle squeeze. I promise! But as it transpired, climbing in through the window was no easy task. Aspen might have been small of stature, but she wasn't particularly coordinated. She had no sense of balance. That was why she'd quit ballet. She didn't have the knack. Aspen's clumsiness was intensified by her fear as she tried to maneuver her way through the empty, gaping window frame. Though the glass had long since been knocked out of the panes, Aspen worried that residual shards remained, lying in wait, to gouge chunks of flesh out of it and protect its hands. Aspen's fingers tensed as she lifted herself upwards. She could feel her knuckles turning white. All of a sudden, her body felt heavy, dead, leaden weight. That's right, Aspen, you can do it! What are you, a cheerleader? I'm just giving Aspen a bit of more support. She looks like she could use it. Aspen was too focused on the task at hand to spare Lachi a glance, but he could feel the raised eyebrow in the other girl's words. I don't suppose Aspen will ever make it as a burglar. Of course not. Our Aspen's a good, pure girl. Though this is technically breaking and entering. There was no breaking. The window was already broken. Besides, nobody lives here anymore. I don't think Miss Leigh will mind. The local council might. Then we'll just keep it quiet, won't we? That was easier said than done. Pippa in her excitement was making quite a noise for 5 people. Sooner than she had expected, at least, Aspen found herself perched cat-like on the windowsill. She looked down into the kitchen, which was dark and murky. With the back obscuring the moon, it was hard to see more than 3 feet in front of her. Aspen teetered uneasily and shifted, trying to regain her balance. I'm not sure about this. Oh, come on, Aspen. You're almost in. I know, but... No, but... It's too late. It's too late to back out now. But if you can't go inside yourself, I'll have to help you. All of a sudden, Pippa was upon her. Her pajama sleeves rolled up, revealing her pink forearms, splashed here and there with freckles. The palms of Pippa's hands rested upon Aspen's shoulders. Now in you go. Pippa, you don't need to worry about anything. Lachi and I will be waiting for you. We already said. But what if there's glass on the floor? What if there's glass on the floor? What if you just push me into glass? You ever thought about that? You might just push me into glass? No, you didn't. Isn't that right, Lachi? Break a leg. Not literally. Thanks for the warning. And make sure you don't run into any ghosts. Aspen knew Pippa was being silly, trying to lighten the mood, but it didn't make her feel any better. At least it didn't make her feel worse. Hey, here's an idea. If you do see a ghost, why don't you take a photo of it? You brought your phone with you, right? It's in my pocket, but good. Then make sure you step away. I doubt you'll see any ghosts, but I'm rather curious about that house. I wonder how many of the old woman's things are still in there. You know, I figured the squatters might have stolen most of it. Aspen gazed fitfully on the blackness that had once been Miss Leigh's kitchen. In the space overlooking the back garden, that Miss Leigh had prepared cups of tea and arranged biscuits on rose-patterned plates, all the while humming under her breath. But Miss Leigh wasn't there anymore. All the memories remained. I hope there aren't any squatters still in here. If they were, they would have heard them by now. Or they would have heard us. But what will I do if there is somebody in here? Like it. Like it. Aspen sighed. What wonderful advice. You're just fussing over nothing, Aspen. Start working yourself up. If you run into anybody scary, I'll call the police, okay? Aspen was doubtful calling the police would be a wise idea in the situation, given that what she was about to do. In fact, the police might prove to be scarier than the imagined squatters. She wouldn't get arrested for this, would she? Now, make sure she takes the photos. I'm back in one piece. Don't talk to a strange man. Maybe you could bring back a souvenir? What sort of souvenir? Maybe one of the dead woman's hairnets. And what would you do with that? Keep it as a memento. You're sick, Lahi. Now, in you go, Aspen. Don't forget my hairnet. Don't forget the photos. But Aspen didn't have a chance to retaliate. That's because all of a sudden, Pippa gave her shoulders a shove. And fell on gas and died. Maybe the shove was supposed to be reassuring. Aspen didn't think Pippa really meant to knock her out the window ledge. But Pippa was stronger than she thought, and she often did things without really meaning it. That was how she'd given Katie Neal a black eye in PE with the volleyball. Pippa hadn't meant to spike the ball quite as hard as, or quite as at the angle, but she had, and it hit Katie's face. Anyway, Katie was crumpled on the floor, twitching with pain. It was much the same as Aspen now, though no volleyballs were involved. With a wide-eyed surprise shriek, Aspen felt herself falling forward. It just hit the tap beneath the window, and she fell. Then her back met the floor with a sick, dull crack. Aspen lay there for a few moments, winding, staring at the ceiling. Her vision was blurry and it hurt to breathe. It just hurt horribly. For a few moments, she worried she'd cracked some of her ribs. But if that was the case, wouldn't breathing in be much more painful? She was being ridiculous. Aspen knew she didn't cause herself any serious damage, but... When she shifted, she heard the floor creak beneath her. She could feel something cold and hard beneath her back. Her exposed thighs and parts of her palms, the underside of her right hand, felt strangely warm and wet. What was that exactly? Dazed as though in trance, the teenage girl raised her hand before her face, turned it over, studying it with an examination in a museum. It was bleeding. There was a small gash in the center of her palm, and a trickle of strawberry red blood was oozing out of it. How had that happened? Maybe it was the glass. No, Aspen thought about it, and that was the most likely explanation. It must have landed on a bit of long broken window, which were still scattered around the sink and on the ground. My guess was correct. Aspen? Hey, Aspen! Aspen could hear a voice from beyond the window. It was obviously Pippa's, though sounded more high-pitched than usual. Aspen, are you alright? Say something. Aspen remained silent. She knew it was cruel of her, but the panicked note of Pippa's voice made her feel somewhat satisfied. It almost made her aching head and bruised ribs and bloody palm worthwhile. Almost. Aspen! This isn't a joke, is it? Aspen lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. She had a sheep inside her head, trying to take her mind off the pain. Come on, Aspen, answer me! Let me know you're okay! But Aspen didn't reply. She'd been dragging around too much that night that she'd been dragged around too much that night that she was so tired of it all. She was tired of Pippa, and she was tired of Pippa's silly games, and she was tired of herself being such a doormat. She was tired of everything. Maybe she hit her head or something. You don't think she passed out, do you? Well, I don't know. I'm not the one who pushed her. But you didn't stop me. You said you wanted to see the inside of the house too. I'm curious, like I said. This has nothing to do with me. You need to take some responsibility for your own actions, Pippa. That's so not fair. You're the one who's been childish, lackey. Aspen's body tensed. She watched the blood trickle slowly from her palm, then sighed. She clenched her fingers into a fist. Playing dead had been a relatively harmless way of getting her revenge, but she didn't want Pippa or Lackey to argue. Not over her. She wasn't worth it. With a groan, Aspen forced herself to stand. She had to move gingerly, though she didn't lacerate herself on any more shreds of glass. She was lucky, she mused, that her palm was only part of her body's cut she cut. Aspen's head felt a little light. She staggered when she pulled herself upward. Her legs threatened to buckle beneath her, but she supported herself by gripping the basin of the sink with her fingers. Her palm, which was still bleeding, left a red bloody streak against the mottled ceramic. Calm down, you two, I'm fine. Aspen? Are you really alright? Yeah, I just got a bit of a nasty fall. Well, thank God for that. Why didn't you say anything sooner, you dozy girl? My head hurts. Well, hurry up and get out of there. You're making me worry. I'm making you worry? I just nice eyes. Aspen has quite the pretty eyes. Look at them eyes. Very pretty. You're the one who told me to come in here in the first place. This seemed like a game when we were standing outside in the garden, but it feels a bit too real now and... Oh, whatever. Just get out of there, Aspen. You sound like my grandmother. Shut up, Lahi! Lahi clicked her tongue. As Aspen's in there already, we might as well ask her to take a few photographs. Didn't she want to see what the house was like? I do, but... Aspen searched in her pockets for her mobile, but her fingers brushed against nothing but fabric. She blinked. She looked down at her feet sinking inside her chest. There was a phone, lying amongst the shard of glass in the shattered window. Much like the window, her poor old phone, which had lasted for so many years, was broken. There was a spiderweb of cracks running along the screen from where it had been dropped. Its silver casing was scuffed and dented. Hesitantly, Aspen bent down and retrieved it. She tried to turn her phone on. Her finger slipped. Her fingers slippery with blood, but nothing happened. It's dead. Your phone? It fell to my pocket, I think. I landed on it. That's all we need. Good job, Pippa. Hey! How is that my fault? You were the one who pushed her, remember? You're planning to reimburse Aspen. I mean, she is your friend. Don't be stupid. I can't afford to buy her a new phone. Guys, it's alright. It wasn't alright. Not really. But Aspen didn't report. I didn't like hearing them argue. Especially not over her. I'll just buy a cheap phone and replace it. Are you sure you don't mind? It's fine. I'm gonna come back now. Aspen turned ready to leave when he heard something. A voice. Are you going already? The voice was soft and distinctly feminine. There was something light and lilting about it, as though the speaker was half speaking, half singing. I need to go dehydrate real quick. Be right back. I found the glasses spray. It was in the kitchen for some reason. I don't know why it was in the kitchen, but I found it was in the kitchen. I can now spray my glasses, my non-prescription glasses, and wipe and clean them off. I don't know why they were in the it was in the kitchen though. It makes no sense why it was in the kitchen, but it was in the kitchen nonetheless. Odd place for glasses spray to be in a kitchen. But I reiterate, in the kitchen nonetheless. How's your day been though, Possum? Is it going well? I saw you're making the Bell House Cafe apparently. You're apparently making the Bell House Cafe in Minecraft. How's that going? Also, Enderman's in there apparently. How is that going? I still need to go on that, sir. Go on there and build something. Get a home instead of walking around. I've not gone on the server since the one time I logged in. I saw the first customer. I saw the first customer. They were very eager. I might hop on later maybe like around 8 p.m. EST after I shower. Maybe when I'm eating, I don't know. We'll see. Might be on like 2 hours. I don't know. Maybe. I'll message you, and then you figure out where the fuck I am. I saw there were waystones. Those are interesting. I for some reason expected it to be a lot more heavily modded than it was. There's not fewer mods in the mod pack than I was expecting. Like it was mainly just furniture and waypoints. That's all the mod is. Just two things basically. That's what the way. That's what, and also a texture pack. That's really all that the mod pack is. I guess that's fair. It doesn't. I don't want to get too crazy with the mod packs. Like I was expecting, maybe there was like technology things. Like that'd be fun. Maybe like ME systems, jetpacks, Botania would be great. You know. Do you know much about Minecraft mods? Because Botania would be it's a pain to do Botania, but it would be interesting to do Botania and all those fancy things. You know, if you know what Botania is, I don't know, you understand what I'm talking about. But Botania would be fun as a if it was in there. Yeah, Botania is a pain to go through by yourself, like to actually do it. But the things in it, like I'm sad to get rid of. Ooh, thaumaturgy. Yeah, thaumaturgy. I think that was what it's called with the goggles and the taint, or yeah, the taint and all that. Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft is what you think about. That's what it's called. Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft. I know a lot about Minecraft mods, as in I've watched many mod series back in the day when I was really into Minecraft. 10 years ago. Minimum 10 years ago. Punch the air. But yes. Minecraft mods are fun. I like what's it called? What's it called? What's the no what's that mod pack called? What's that mod called? Spacecraft, I think. I don't know. The one we go to the one of those moon you go to the moon. It was space travel. That was a fun one. Oh yeah, fun fact. Um fun fact. I used to really I you know the Yogs cast, right? Probably. You know the Yogs cast probably by now. They are all the Minecraft people. You know the Yogs cast. This is now a talking stream. You've heard of them? Okay. We never watched Yogs cast. Never mind. But, like they did. There was a tiny like Yogs Kim Nano sounds the thing like with Duncan. Like oh, in front of the taint, of the flux, all that jazz, and then I just casually stole that, and that's why one of my arms is not properly there because my Minecraft skin used to have my arm used to like be tainted. My left arm used to be tainted. Then the arm was it was my whole character that I am like the whole design wise and stuff all started in Minecraft. It was a Minecraft skin. It all started because of a Minecraft fan base server for not Yogscast, but for a different thing. Different person. Athmal. Not because of Athmal. It was a whole thing. Yeah, my lore, I don't my character's lore is not it's you can tell it was concocted by a teenager who would just love self-asserting themselves into the most dumbest things in the world, and I've been encouraging it for ages, and I've never let it go, and it's all come to this. The voice was soft, distantly feminine. There's something light and living about it, as though the speaker was half speaking, half singing. There was something inherently malicious about those words, but Aspen felt a shiver run up her spine, all the same. Now, don't look so anxious. I don't mean you any harm. I just gets so boring sometimes, being on my own so often. This is the most fun I've had in a while. You... I... It gets so lonely here. Refrain. Hey, Aspen! What are you waiting for? I told you to get out of here. Get back out here. It seemed Pippa couldn't hear the mysterious speaker. She... Aspen was sure it was a she. Was talking so softly her voice could only reach Aspen's ears. But why? Whom possessed that soft, feminine voice? Who else was inside Miss Lay's house? And just how long has they been in there? Aspen, come out! Stop playing around! Aspen felt her heart summer inside her chest, like a stuck keys of an ancient typewriter. Part of her didn't want to know who the mysterious speaker was. Ignorance was bliss, after all. What would she do if, upon turning around, she seemed kept to spot something no mortal eye should ever see? A ghost. A phantom. Maybe it was something she could have just found words to. Not so arbitrarily. The sensible side of Aspen would want to slip out through the window without looking. So, you're not going to obey your friend? What is she? Your keeper? You're going to obey your friend. What is she? Your keeper? You won't let yourself get pushed around like that. But another slightly less sensible part of Aspen knew she couldn't be so hasty. This girl, whomever she is, was talking to her. She was addressing Aspen, and Aspen alone. Aspen couldn't remember the last time that had ever happened. Nobody talked to Aspen. She'd become something of a celebrity after she'd stumbled upon Miss Lay's body. It was true, but hype had soon died down. There was nothing interesting or unique about Aspen herself. With her boring black hair and her dull brown eyes, nobody looked at Pippa because... People looked at Pippa because she was loud and noisy. People looked at Lucky because she was foreign and beautiful. But nobody looked at Aspen. She was, and always has been, completely overshadowed. But not anymore. That was why Aspen turned around. And that was when she saw her. Boobs. Booba. 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 There was a girl, lingering in the doorframe, like a shadow. She must have been watching Aspen for a while. Tucked just out of sight. Their eyes met, and the mysterious girl, smiled. Hello. It's nice to meet you. Aspen didn't reply. She could only gawk, eyes wide, as the girl slipped out of her hiding place. With neat, nimble steps, just like a ballerina, the girl crossed the kitchen table, the kitchen floor, and took a seat atop Miss Lay's worn-out washing machine. Oh yeah, I forgot. British people. What an interesting name she has there. Althea. Where have I heard that name? I've heard that name before. I wonder. I've had oriented. Interesting name to choose, Althea. Never heard that name before, is my question. Anyways. Screenshot. Screenshot. Let me go save this. This one. Give me a minute. That's the wrong Discord. This one into the EUs. I still keep going over the fact that I named a Discord channel EUs by pure accident, and I'm just using that to send screenshots of games, of Sapphic games, and I've yet to stop. I still find that hilarious. So that's the thing I did by pure accident, by just pressing keys on my keyboard. I typed the word EUs, and I've been using it for my Sapphic screenshots. Yes, literally, that's literally the title, the name of the Discord channel I've been using to send Sapphic pictures to myself to save. EWS use. Initially used to make a Helltaker gif of Judgment. Now it just has all my Saphics. It's kind of funny. That's just where they all go. Into the use category. I find that quite amusing. Anyways. You... That's Miss Editor. Insensible. Her brow furrowed. What are you doing? Taking a seat. I thought it might be a nice place to examine the view. What view? The girl giggled, coyly, and pointed towards Aspen. Her face still obscured by the shadows. Aspen felt color prickling her cheeks. She gestured towards herself, trembling. Me? I'm the view? Pretty gay. That's pretty fucking gay. Anyways, let me just do this. And this. The girl touched her head on one side, amused. Now, what are you staring at? Did I do something funny? Traveling Aspen took a step back, bumping into the sink. My. You're a bit of a clumsy one, aren't you? Aspen didn't say anything. She couldn't. She was too busy looking at the girl. Perhaps looking wasn't the right word. It was... no... pedestrian. And this creature sitting on Miss Lay's old, distinctly mundane washing machine. There's more respect than that. Praising, then. Revering. Was that right? Booba. The girl had very long blonde hair, which fell around her shoulders in a shroud. The clothes were also pale, and they seemed to float about her hanging legs, like the train of a bridal dress. Her eyes, framed by long and pale lashes, were watery blue. Though she was pretty, there was something disconcerting about her. Perhaps she was too perfect. Aspen wondered if she would to cross the other side of the room and lay her fingers across the girl's cheeks, whether they would feel cold and hard, like porcelain. Yes? What is it? cat got your tongue? The girl's legs hanged over the ledge of the rusted old appliance, swung back and forth, leisurely. Her shoes, which were black unlike the rest of her outfit, hanged from the tips of her toes, revealing the white underside of her stockings. Scandalous! This was where she differed from a doll. She was far too active, even in the act of mere sitting, to look quiet and peaceful. You're looking at me like you've seen a ghost. Haven't I? Well, I wonder. The girl glanced around the derelict kitchen, a small smile playing across her lips. This is where they found her body, isn't it? Isn't it? Aspen swallowed. She could feel her toes curling inside her trainers. She hadn't worn any socks. Tipper had been in too much of a hurry to chivvy her out of the house. I'm the one who found her body. Really? The girl raised an eyebrow. Lucky you. That must have been thrilling. Frightening, more like. And yet, despite that, you still came back. I didn't really have a choice. I didn't want to, but my friend... The one's yelling at you to yell at you outside? That's right. They don't sound like friends to me. They're not that bad, really. I'm not sure about that. I don't think I could forgive anyone if they forced me to come back to a miserable place like this. Not even the Pope. But you're here all the same. That's because I wanted to come here. But why? Why Bushlaps? Please, indulge me in why you want to return to this dilapidated place. Why not? I'm not the one who found the dead lady's body. It didn't really bother me. But it is interesting. Don't you think it's interesting? Personally, Aspen found the strange girl more interesting than Miss Leigh's house. She'd been there enough times that when Miss Leigh was alive that she'd have no desire to return here now the old lady was dead. The house was much the same as ever, just darker and sadder than and emptier. Aspen decided to sidestep that question. Instead, she looked at the girl and said, "Do you come here often?" "Almost every night." "I've never seen you here before." Not that Aspen made a habit of entering Miss Leigh's abandoned house, that was the first time in months. That'd be because some of us know how to come an entrance quietly. How to make an entrance quietly. The girl grinned. "You almost scared me out of my skin. You were lying on the floor for so long, I was worried you'd broken something." "I was worried too." "That's a good thing you're tougher than you look." The girl tittered her legs. Swinging her legs back and forth. Aspen's face burned darker still. "I'm surprised your friend didn't come in and help you." I didn't need help. I'm fine." "Besides, I don't want them worrying about me." Then can you really call them friends?" "Yeah, I mean, I think they care about me." "You keep telling yourself that, sweetie." "Sweetie?" "I don't think they sound very friendly. But that's just my opinion. Nobody's ever cared about that." "Huh? What makes you think that?" "'Cause it's true. Nobody listens to me." "I'm listening to you." "That's very kind of you, but..." Aspen! Hey, Aspen, what are you doing in there? Maybe she really has seen a ghost. I thought she didn't believe in ghosts, Lahi. I don't. Then cut it out. You're scaring me. The girl sighed and shook her head. I think your so-called friends are calling for you. Right, but ghosts aren't real. I was wondering something. What? I wanted to know, what's your name? The girl's brows furrowed. You don't know? You don't know? Should I? The girl opened her mouth, ready to respond. But at the last minute, she seemed to think better of it. She closed her mouth, lips pursed together, and frowned. Then, after a small pause, Athia. I beg your pardon? My name's silly. You can call me Althea. Althea. What in the world were you doing in there, Aspen? People rounded on Aspen the moment they returned to Aspen's bedroom. According to Aspen's digital clock, which sat on her bookshelf, it was 0014. Past midnight. The expedition to Miss Lyre's house, Miss Lay's home, of what had once been her home, and Aspen's discovery of the strange girl that lurked within, had transpired in less than half an hour. To us, however, it felt like a small century had gone by. I wasn't doing anything in particular. Nothing in particular? Pippa raised an eyebrow. You're doing nothing in particular in the house for ages. You were in there for almost 10 minutes. Had it been 10 minutes? Had it only been 10 minutes? Aspen had been sure that she'd been inside Miss Lay's house longer than that, but maybe that was because she'd been so entranced by the mysterious girl. Time had slowed to a crawl. 10 minutes was that long? Maybe not, but it felt like forever. Were you trying to make me feel guilty? I wasn't. And that was true. Aspen really hadn't wanted to make Pippa feel bad. She wasn't that vindictive. However, Althea's words continued to weigh on her mind. Although Althea herself was gone. Can you really call them your friends? All of a sudden, the gross unfairness of the situation impressed itself with newfound clarity upon Aspen's mind. It really wasn't fair, she thought, that Pippa was scolding her like an unruly child. Especially when she'd only gone into the stupid house because she had been bullied into it. So what if she's scared? What if she'd scared Pippa? Pippa deserved to be scared. Maybe it was to teach her a lesson. Maybe it would teach her a lesson. Aspen drew in a breath, straightening her shoulders, then said, newfound confidence, "You know what, Pippa?" "What? Are you going to apologize?" "No, I'm not. And I don't see why I should. If anybody should apologize, it's you." "Huh?" Pippa stared at Aspen as though she'd grown an extra arm, an extra head. An extra arm would also work. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, everything that happened tonight is your fault. I didn't even want to go. I didn't even want to go in that house. I only did it because of you. You forced me into it, you pushed me through the window, and I landed in a load of broken glass. I got my hand and I broke my phone, And now you're acting like I'm the one in the wrong because you're scared. You went too far. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm not going to apologize so you can stop feeling guilty. I think you should feel guilty for once in your life. Maybe it'll help you grow up. Besides, Aspen gives Pippa the best withering look she could manage. It wasn't particularly effective. Aspen wasn't trained herself in the art of disdain, unlike Lahi, but it was respectable. First attempt. Truth or Dare is a stupid game. I don't want to play it with you ever again. I still haven't forgiven you for putting me in a washing machine. Would have killed me. If I'd been a little unluckier, you would have finished me off today. Aspen turned her back to Pippa, arms folded. She didn't want to look at Pippa, or Lahi, for the matter. Neither did she want to listen to Pippa's angry, self-righteous sputtering or half-hearted attempt to defend herself. She'd had quite enough. She wasn't going to let Pippa push her around. They were both 16 now. For goodness sakes. They were finished with secondary school and they were going to start attending 6th form college in a couple of weeks. They were too old for all this nonsense. All of a sudden, Aspen felt incredibly tired. The previous night had been awkward, to say the least. After a little outburst, Aspen had wanted to distance herself from Pippa and Lahi as much as possible. That, however, had proved to be rather difficult given both girls were sleeping over at her house, if neither would return home until the following morning. It had been too late for them to call their parents for lifts home and much too dark to walk back. Taking a taxi had been a possibility, but Pippa had no money on her and Lahi just trusted the people who drove others around for a living. Left with no alternative, the three girls spent the night at Aspen's home, none of them talking to the other, all lost in their own respective houses. Aspen had been relieved when Pippa, her pink face flushed with embarrassment and anger, had stormed out of her bedroom and spent the night in the room sofa. Lahi had opted to stay in Aspen's room, curled up in Pippa's old airbag. Lahi had opened her mouth to try to speak numerous occasions, but unable to swallow her pride, she had swallowed her own tongue instead. Lahi had never been very good at apologizing to others, even when she was in the wrong. She was so haughty, she almost regaled in her mannerisms that Aspen sometimes wondered if she regarded herself above silly things like manners. After all, Lahi's older brother, Kunal, lived in Karnataka, and he'd been a few movies. Lahi was related to a celebrity. At least that was what she always said. Aspen, who had never seen any Indian films and didn't know what Lahi's older brother looked like, had to take her at face value. It had been a very long, awkward night, where everybody thought a lot, but nobody dared to speak. Aspen had done more than enough speaking already and looked where that both avenged her. People was angry with her. He wasn't talking. She'd managed to alienate her two closest and only friends in the span of a single night. If they were unable to patch things up, Aspen thought, this could be the very last sleepover she ever had with their friends. But there was little sleep to be had beneath the roof of the Draver household that night. Oh well. Aspen had tried to console herself She was too old for sleepovers anyway. Besides, she did well within her right to scold Pippa. Pippa deserved it. She'd had it coming for a long while. Unfortunately, Pippa could be incredibly vindictive towards those she considered her enemies. She could even be vindictive towards her so-called friends. Aspen lay awake that night, restlessly wondering what Pippa would do there when they started to close in September. Would she be the target of stray spheres of solder and spiked volleyballs? Aspen had signed up for the woodwork or PE, but Pippa's spitefulness knew no bounds, and she wouldn't put it past her. When the following day dawned, Aspen felt nothing less than relief. Pippa's mother came to pick her up at 11 o'clock, and Lockheed's father arrived half an hour later. At long last, Aspen had the house to herself. Finally, she could be on her own. But there was nothing she particularly wanted to do. She stayed awake most of the night, and now she didn't have energy. Bone tired, yet from yesterday's excitement, if it could be called that, Aspen lay down on her bed, beneath her purple covers decorated with stars and moons. Then she fell fast asleep. Cute! Cute! She reminds me of your forger. Save, damn it. I gotta go dehydrate again. I returned. Ah! I returned. Oh, I bought. What a great time to return. I returned right in time to see a bot pop up in chat. Good timing. Lovely timing on my part as well. I like that timing. Good timing. I'm just checking the speakers chat real quick. I was like, oh yeah, so let me just quickly go through go through like 2 discords of messages, see if there's anything interesting. No, nothing interesting. This is just notice of me going live. We're good now. Fun fact that you don't need to know at all, and you have no way of verifying whether I'm lying or not. The glasses I'm currently wearing, they're yellow tinted, for quote unquote eye strain. Let's be honest, I don't think it actually does anything. Look like librarian glasses. That's only a descriptor. Librarian glasses. Whether that's an accurate description or not, I don't know. But they are librarian glasses, is what I call them. Imagine glasses. I don't think I have that toggle. I don't think I have that toggle set up in VC face. You have circular glasses? What are my other glasses? I forgot. Heart of the heart of the. I know I just saw them like last week, but I forgot what my glasses look like. The red ones. Red rectangular ones. Big old glasses. I also have glasses of that sort, except they're a bit tighter. I have glasses of that sort, but those ones are a bit slightly yet too tight for my face. Also, none of my glasses are prescription. So. You're gay. I don't have a glasses toggle on my here. And if I did, I don't remember which one it was. Let me see if I can find it. Let me just quickly see if I have a toggle for it. I'm pretty sure I don't have one for it, but I'm just gonna check either way. That. Okay, that's 0. That's 7. 2. Be right back.
don't want that much mayonnaise. Oh. Okay.
I'm back. You're doing this ringing, the phone in the background. You're doing the phone ringing non-stop in the back in the BGM. Cause I sure am. I sure am loving the BGM phone ringing non-stop. It's great. It's a great time, just constant BGM. Anyways, look, possum. I can turn my glasses. I can turn them on and off now. I forgot this toggle. I have glasses now. Take them off though. I'm taking them off though. But I have glasses now. When Aspen finally woke, it was the sound of the phone in the downstairs hallway. Though the noise was muffled and far away, it was shrill enough to make Aspen's head hurt. She felt like her skull was full of rocks, and the mere actions of forcing herself out of bed was a huge chore. For some reason, her body felt horribly awkward and lethargic. Just what time was it anyway? Barely she looked at the clock and on her shelf. She learned it was almost 7 in the evening. 7 in the evening. How had it gone so late? Less than point of this, her alarm clock blinking in the darkness, the phone downstairs continued to ring. Aspen yawned. Tears beating in a corner of her eyes. and brushed a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. Even this felt more trouble than it was worth, and wanted nothing more than to lie back in bed. As Aspen sat there, drifting between the border of sleep and wakefulness, the phone downstairs gave one last final ring. Silence reigned. Whoever it was had evidently given up. Was it the salesperson, perhaps? Somebody from Virgin Media. Ah, Virgin Media. We know a lot about Virgin Media, don't we? They're a great ISP. They're a great and reliable ISP for British people. We're totally reliable. The internet never fucking dies. The great ISP Virgin Media. Smiley face. You're very great, Virgin Media. Oh well, Aspen had given. Aspen was going to trouble herself with this eventually. It wasn't very important. Aspen pulled herself out of bed, stretching and ran her fingers along her unbrushed hair, which must have looked like a mess. I thought it looked pretty cute. Then she exited her room and pattered down the kitchen. She ordered a ready-made shepherd's pie out of the freezer. According to the sticker, the package was one of Sainsbury's finest. It had just pierced the plastic film of the lid when the phone started to beep again. I do, thank you. I can't see the game when I can't see my OBS when I put my game up. I have a position, so it just blocks the preview, and I just look at chat to the side. Even though technically I could put OBS in the second monitor, but then I can't look at Discord. For some unknown reason. I want to look at my Discord server list, see if anything's gonna happen. It's unknown for no real reason. Literally for no reason at all. There's no reason to do this at all. I just like having this. I have my second monitor. There's just Discord peeking out from behind VC face. My stream manager, and there's Discord on the side, just sitting there. No reason. There wasn't a salesperson. In fact, now that Aspen had managed to shake off some of the sleepiness that still clung to her, she had a pretty good idea who might be on the other end of the line. It was obvious, really. Who else would have been so very desperate to speak to her? It would only have been her parents, and though it was hard to gauge by the regular ringing the house phone, it was most likely frantic. Batting the knife and the shepherd's pie on the kitchen counter, Aspen backtracked the whole way and approached the phone. She waited for him a few moments, anxious, her face pale. Well, a bit paler than usual. She already knew her mother would say, even before her fingers curled around the plastic case of the phone. Aspen? Oh good, is that you? The phone's still ringing though. Where have you been? I've been ringing for hours. It wouldn't have been hours. It wouldn't have been hours, of course. More like half an hour. But Aspen's mother would be quite dramatic about these things. Aspen was her daughter, and she was a small, shy, shallow-skinned kind of daughter, and he thought it prudent to protect her. Penny hadn't wanted to go out on the cruise without her daughter in the first place, but before the Miss Line debacle, but James had talked her into it. The two of them had booked the tickets. Penny reassured her that her daughter would be fine on her own, just fine. And then Aspen found Miss Lane's body. That would make any parent worry. Aspen winced. It wasn't as though she disliked her mother. In fact, it was quite the opposite. But she did find her fussing and a little exasperating. Penny had sent Aspen a barrage of texts only yesterday asking her how she was and if everything was alright and if she had eaten any of the quiche that was left in the fridge. Couldn't her mother go one day without contacting her? Why did she need to use the phone of all things? Your phone broke. As we didn't know much about phone calls from the sun-kissed Mediterranean to the dreary drizzly UK coast, but she didn't need to. She was sure her mother was spending a little fortune. Small fortune. Why couldn't her mother text her, for goodness sake? But Aspen reflected on that. No longer possible. Her phone was quite broken. After her nasty fall and the screen was cracked in dozens of places. The stupid thing wouldn't even turn on. If Penny had texted Aspen, and Aspen was sure she did, she wouldn't have an idea. Just how many texts had her mother sent into the void, doomed to men unread? Aspen didn't want to think about it. She didn't have to. She knew the moment she picked up the phone, her mother would tell her. Aspen? Aspen, oh Aspen. Penny's voice, a touch distorted by static, emerged from the speaker, every bit as panicked as her daughter had feared. Aspen, is that you? If Aspen had been a bit sassier sort of teenager, like the ones in Skins, she probably would have raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who do you think it is?" Aspen, however, didn't have a sassier tone in her body. Instead, she bowed her head demeanoringly, took a seat on the bottommost stair step like a naughty child, and said, "That's a really weird font. I just realized that. What the heck is that font?" "Yeah, it's me. Yes, it's me, Mum." "Oh, thank goodness." Penny exhausted deeply. Her relief so palpable, Aspen swore she could feel her fringe ruffling. "You know how many texts I've sent you today? You dozy girl. Didn't you check your phone?" No. "Well, texts. I sent 12 and you didn't reply to any of them. Why didn't you let me know if you were alright? I was worried sick. I, had a few problems." "Problems? What do you mean?" It was rose in volume until it was shrill. It reminded Aspen a little of the boiling tea kettle. "What happened? Pippa didn't make you play any of her stupid games, did she? I hope she didn't hurt herself." "Oh no, Mum. I'm not hurt. Not that hurt, at least." Aspen's palm was still crazy from her fall yesterday, and she had a bruise on her knee, but she didn't tell her mother that. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. Well, that's one less thing to worry about. "Gee, what did I tell you, Penny? See, what did I tell you, Penny? It's me. Your father." Aspen could hear her father's tone in the background. A touch muffled, but still audibly self-satisfied. James fancied himself a particular man, and he was forever reassuring his wife whenever she was stuck on one of her silly fancies. "Oh, Aspen can look after herself." "I never said she couldn't, James. I was just worried about her. That's all. Isn't that what mothers are supposed to do?" "You're a wonderful mother. You're a wonderful mother. And mascotted. You're a wonderful mother. But you're on holiday. You shouldn't spend every waking hour looking at your phone, waiting for Aspen to reply to your texts." "Don't be ridiculous. I can't take a break from being Aspen's mother, even if we are on holiday. I'm still wondering about that Aspen, dear. Why didn't you reply to any of my messages?" "It's just, my phone." "Yes, what about it?" Penny's voice was sharp and harsh, suddenly suspicious. "It wasn't that silly Pippa girl, was it? She didn't do anything with your phone, did she?" "Why would Pippa do anything about Aspen's phone? She's Aspen's friend, isn't she?" "They might be friends, but that doesn't stop Pippa from shoving my daughter in her washing machine." That was years and years ago. I'm sure Pippa's grown up since then. I wouldn't be too sure. Penny's voice was dubious and for good reason. Chronic worrier though she might be, Penny was had good cause to worry about Aspen and the company she kept. Aspen was such a shy, retiring girl. While Pippa was so brash and loud that Penny suspected Pippa often took advantage of her daughter. It wasn't that Pippa was a bad person. Not entirely. But she could be remarkably thoughtless at times. What happened during your sleepover, you dear? Pippa didn't do anything silly, did she? You're always picking on Pippa. You're always picking on Pippa. Tree. Let the lass alone, won't you? I can't, James. Not until I get the bottom of this. Aspen, are you still there? Yes, I'm here. What happened, dear? Won't you tell me? Won't you tell me? Well, about my phone. Aspen bit her lip and looked at the feet. She's wearing the same pair of black socks she'd worn yesterday, and the day before that. And there was a hole in one of the toes. If her mother could see the state of her socks, Aspen knew she'd be in for a scolding. But Aspen reflected on with a sigh. Her mother would scold her all the same when she learned what happened to her last night. If Penny knew her daughter had broken into Miss Lay's house, you would never hear the end of it. It was probably best then to be a little economical with the truth. It's broken. Broken? Yes, that's alright. But you've had that phone for years. You never had any problems with it. It was supposed to last. If she's had it for years, maybe it's time she got a new one. Be quiet, James. Aspen hardly uses her phone. What does she need a fancy one for? Besides a brand new motto will just be pinched. An older motto will just break after so long a day. Rubbish! Phones don't just break. Not on their own. How did it happen? It wasn't Pippa, was it? The caffeine's catching on to me. I'm starting to lose track of existence. It was an accident. Well, I hope it was an accident. So tell me, did Pippa want to try something stupid stunt you'd seen on YouTube? On YouTube? Did she drop it downstairs or into the sea? It sounded like the sort of thing she'd do. It was that, the man raced as she tried to think of a suitable excuse. How could she fob her mother off? What would sound believable? Maybe something like... Maybe doing cartwheels in the garden. I didn't realize my phone was in my pocket. It fell out and hit the ground, and then it just stopped working. It wasn't the most convincing of excuses. It seemed likely Aspen's tenacious brick of a phone wouldn't survive such a fall. It was the best Aspen could come up with. There was a long, unpleasant silence at the end of the line, broken by the sound of static. Aspen shifted to the stairs, her hand rested against the banister, and her dark hair folded over to her shoulder. Her mother was angry, that which was painfully evident, even by, or especially by, her talents. Eventually, after a pause... Cartwheels? That's right, cartwheels. Then why on earth are you doing cartwheels in the garden? Well, she won't let you for that. Well, Oh, don't be such a killjoy, Benny. Absolutely a teenager, and you know, teens will be teens. I can't believe it. I've just never been into sports. I wanted to do cartwheels in the garden for no reason. She did do ballet, Penny. Yes, and look how well that turned out. Aspen winced. She knew her mother, had best interest in her. At least she hoped she did. But her words could be rather cutting at times. Aspen knew she hadn't been very good at ballet, but she didn't have been that terrible, had she? And why are we doing cartwheels? Why? Wait, don't answer. Let me guess. Penny put you up to it, didn't she? It was a dare. A dare, of course it was! There was another heavy sigh at the end of the line. Good grief. It's like the Charlotte situation all over again. Charlotte? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Did you go to Aspen's ballet class? For a while, yes. Don't you remember her? She was simpler. It was a simpler little thing. I think she fancied herself. She didn't like share the temple. At least her mother certainly did. I'm glad I'm glad to be short of her. Her paper might be even worse than she was. So your phone is totally broken. That's right, the screen's all cracked up and won't turn on. Not all we need. We can't text you or just have to call you every day on the landline though. Lord knows how much that will cost. I started to think how much I've spent today already. No, you don't need to do that. I'm fine, I promise. You say that, but you've got gone a couple of days and you've already broken your phone. Started for years, hun. I'd say it's high time to get a new one. And you're paying for it, aren't you? I don't see why not. It could be a present since Aspen did well in the GGSEs. We already bought her a present. It's the laptop, remember? Well, we must have the present for our favourite daughter. She did get straight A's. I got to be in French. French doesn't count. You don't need to go to France, do you? No, not really. I'm actually going to even navigate the stress of Scarborough. She lived there for her whole life. She didn't fancy her chances of further afield than Philly. Well, there you go. You did well in all the subjects that matter. That's why you're going to buy your France a shiny phone when you get back from holiday. Hi, Zoe. Oh, bye, Zoe. Thanks for stopping by. But look, this Aspen's pretty pretty. She's very cute. Look at her. Very cute. Well, I'm sorry for not very emotive right now. The caffeine in my system from my whole 473 milliliter of Monster is currently
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho.
coursing to my system very slowly. Good morning, Zoe, to you. It's coursing to my system very slowly. I'm just crushing the can now. I finished it. And caffeine is a great thing for me. Thank you. Very good. It's great because it energizes me, and that I don't feel sleepy. But I also feel tired and depressed at the same time as being not sleepy. So that's a fun thing to exist. I'm just gonna sit not moving. Thank you, Pasta, for the head pat. What do you think about that? Thank you, Dad. I appreciate it. That's the spirit. Don't sound so down. Chin up, kitchen. Chin up, chicken. That's an expression I've never heard of. Alright, stop. Do my best. Make sure you don't just goad you into playing more silly games when you're going. You're too old to monkey around. Oh, I don't think I'll be Pippa. Pippa. Probably won't come me over anymore. Why not? I thought Pippa was your best friend. We are, or were rather, but that's inside. We had a bit of an argument. You argue with Pippa? But you never argue with anybody, Aspen. Aspen frowned, cradling the phone against her ear. So it seemed even her own father thought she was a complete pushover. That was a little disheartening. I don't usually, but she annoyed me. Well, I'm sure you'll patch things up in the end. I always fell out to my friends, but with your age, when I was your age, it's part of growing up. It's part of growing up. I don't know. Pippa can be pretty stubborn. Scared to stay mad at me. Lucky too. I don't know what to do. You fell out with Lahi as well? She's always stuck me as a sensible girl. I know, but I said some mean things to Pippa and Lahi took her side. Aspen winced. She knew even as she said it, just how childish she sounded talking about sides, like some little kid in the playground. She wasn't 6, she was 16, almost 17. Literally an adult. But she never felt smaller, sadder than more alone. Oh, Aspen. Her mother sighed, perhaps in sympathy. The belonging girl. I'm sure it'll be fine. Things will work out in the end. Just you wait. I don't understand how anybody could be angry with a sweet girl like you. Just don't hurry to make up with Peppa too quickly. I think you'll be safer without her in the house when we're away on holiday. With her out of the picture, she won't be able to break anything else. After finishing a lengthy, and no doubt expensive phone conversation with her parents, Aspen went back to the kitchen and warmed up her dinner. The dinner was part eaten, Aspen then retreated back to her bedroom. She leant back into her bed, flickering through a book, but she wasn't really paying attention to it. She was just distracting her thoughts, though they weren't, surprisingly enough, about Pippa, even about their argument. A figure kept wending in and out of her mind, the waves against Scrubby, Scarborough shores. Scarborough shores. The figure was dressed in white, had long flung hair, and stepped nimbly through a fog of Aspen's scattered thoughts like a deer. It was the girl she met yesterday. Althea. Aspen had told her parents about Althea, because then she'd have to confess to breaking into Miss Lane's home, and she didn't want her parents, particularly her mother, to know she'd gone through last night. She didn't want her mother to worry. But though Aspen hadn't spoken to Althea, they didn't stop her from thinking about her. In fact, it made her think about Althea all the more, until her mind became so entangled. Thoughts about the mysterious girl that she thought her might burst. Just who was she? Something about her had seemed somewhat familiar, but Aspen was sure she'd never met anybody called Althea before. It was funny. That was the name Miss Lane so often called Aspen during her little tea parties. Was it a coincidence? Or was there something more to it? My weird theory is that that's Miss Lane. My really weird thing that makes no fucking sense at all is that that's Miss Lane. How ridiculous. That was what Aspen told herself. With a shake of her head, still sure she continued. Don't wonder. Would Althea be at Miss Lane's home again? Althea did imply, during their brief talk yesterday, that she often visited Miss Lane's old home, although Aspen couldn't imagine why. It was true there wasn't an awful lot to do in Scarborough, as a 16-year-old, but Miss Lane's house was hardly a point of interest. Althea must have heard about the dead woman and taken interest. Aspen supposed there was nothing more than a morbid curiosity. There had been several girls in Aspen's old school, Graham Secondary, who dyed their hair black and wore dark makeup, to the chagrin of the head of the year. And they were always talking about satanic cults and serial killers. Maybe. I'd be down for that. I mean, what? The correct category for these kinds of girls would probably be goths, but more of Aspen's classmates called them nutters. That label didn't seem to fit Althea, though. She hadn't been wearing black, neither had she seemed particularly fascinated by the likes of Ed Gein or Ted Bundy. But you never knew. To reiterate the previous point, Scarborough wasn't particularly interesting. There wasn't much to do, really other than go to the beach. And that, although, all along with the old amusement arcades and the funiculars, were more thin when you'd been living there for your whole life. Maybe Althea was interested in satanic cults and serial killers after all. If she was, Aspen wouldn't blame her. There were many things about Althea Aspen wasn't sure about. But there was one thing she did know. She wanted to see her again. No, it wasn't just that. She needed to see her again. Curiosity burned in Aspen's chest. She couldn't shake it off. She couldn't shake it no matter how hard she stared at the book. She needed to know if Althea was a faint, fleeting hallucination, or if she was a real mortal like her. And embarrassing though it was to admit, Aspen didn't want Althea's only impression of her to be that of a wide-eyed waif, her palm bleeding, dressed in the old black shirt she kept in the last 2 weeks. And so, when the clock on her shelf hit 2200, the night sky was pitch black, Aspen left her bedroom. Her train is on by this front door, which was scuffed from age and filled with sand. When you lived at the sea, your shoes were always full of sand. It made her way out to Miss Lane's house. The house looked a little less imposing than it did yesterday. The windows were still boarded up and the garden overgrown, tangled with weeds. The broken window at the back of the house was dark, gaping, like a gash, a wound of a mouth without teeth. Once more, James' teasing words were sounding less teasing and more ominous. I repeated in Aspen's mind. "Not in hope, ye who enter, ye." But, though chills ran down Aspen's spine and her fingers trembling, her heartbeat remained surprisingly steady. The moon, hanging cold and round in the night sky, shone down on Aspen. Not like a prison. Not like a prison searchlight, but almost like a concerned friend. A guardian. It was watching over her, or that of Aspen. Sure. The wind blowing directly, discordantly. I can't read. I blame the caffeine. Yes, the caffeine's the reason why I can't read. Discordantly, through the yellowing leaves of Miss Lane's pear trees, failed to chill the teenage girl. Neither did the swaying of the overgrown grass around the trainers, or the faint hooting of the night jaws, walking with distant sequence. Now Aspen knew what lurked beyond the window. Yesterday, lost in a sea of self-doubt, Aspen let her imagination run wild. She'd seen ghosts and phantoms flittering hither and thither. I was gonna jokingly say hither and thither, but it really did say hither and thither. Hither and thither, while homeless men with unshaven faces, in rough hands, stole plates and cutlery and threatened any defenseless teenager that they happened to meet. Now these eerie imaginings seemed trite, almost childish. When Aspen thought of Miss Lane's house, her mind involuntarily returned to Althea. Aspen hoped the other girl really was there. Then she might not be mad after all. It proved the events of yesterday had been real. She hadn't lost her temper, a pip over a vague imagining. Or maybe it would prove nothing to say for the fact that Aspen's hallucinations were more persistent than she thought. Either way, Aspen had to know. You possum for the hydrate, this is for you. In posture check. Was Althea there? There's only one way to find out. Aspen crossed the scrubby lawn, the dead and dying grass choked with dandelions, and reached the empty window. She laid her finger against the frame. Carefully, Aspen lifted herself up, resting her foot against the wooden windowsill, which felt alarmingly soft beneath the crouching bulk of her body. Maybe the wood was starting to rot. Could it be water damage? But no. Time seemed like the more likely culprit. The whole house and the garden and part of it was falling apart into a state of disrepair. It had always been a bit rough around the edges, even when Miss Lane had been alive. But now she was dead. It had really gone to seed. Perhaps the house, like the owner, he'd give it up. That thought made Aspen shiver. The wind caressed her back, as though urging her onward. You've come this far. You can't give up now. So, she moved her leg, sliding it from the sill into the waiting darkness. Aspen was more careful this time. She moved from the sill to the counter, taking care to avoid the sink and its rusty taps. Then, sat herself down, soles of her shoes meeting the floor with the door thud. Dust swirled in the air. The moment her shoes touched the floor, took off it. As Aspen prepared pressed a finger against her mouth, trying to stifle her sneeze. He heard it. The girl's voice. So, came back. I didn't think you would. Still coughing, Aspen lifted her head, eyes beating with tears and blinking. There, sitting on the edge of the washing machine, was the girl, Althea. So she hadn't been a hallucination after all. But, though Ash could see Althea in front of her, it didn't feel particularly real. Why would a girl, such a pretty one at that, spend a night sitting on Miss Lyon's old home of all her own? It didn't make any sense. For the present, no, however, Aspen was there, so was Althea. And they both seemed solid enough. It was all too real to be a dream. Aspen's imagination might have netted her an A+ on her English literature exam. It was the only exam she'd done better than Lahi, but it wasn't that good. Yeah, I came back. Well, you don't need to say anything. Say that. I can see that from I can see that for myself, silly. I'm sorry. Aspen's cheeks flushed. She jerked her head, suddenly shy. Althea noted her embarrassment and laughed. Her laughter seemed to cut through the eerie stale air of Miss Lyon's old worn-up home. It was light and refreshing. Spring breeze. Do you mind that I'm here? No. Why should I? I just thought, you were here first. Maybe I'm intruding. Or something. Really? Althea shook her head. I don't have any right to kick you out. This isn't my house. I'm just a guest. You can stop by as often as you like. But don't you come back here to be alone? Not really. I'm alone most of the time already. It's just a different sort of alone. Of a loneliness than usual. Althea's voice was light enough, but there was a strange undercut to it that made Aspen pause. Do you come to this house often? Almost every night. And how long have you been here? I'm not sure. I wasn't keeping count. While? Why? Although Althea inclined her head, letting her legs swing back and forth in the air like pendulums. It was just almost entirely in white, just as she had been yesterday. Her legs were, oh god, her legs were encased in sheer white stockings, and she was wearing the same demure black flats that looked like ballet slippers. It didn't seem like the most practical footwear for breaking and entering. Then again, Althea didn't seem like the kind of person who would care about being practical. You've asked a few questions. You've had a lot of questions. You don't pass yourself as also a detective, do you? Your eyes shone like fireflies. Hey. Haven't you arrested me? No, I just was wondering. Don't your parents mind that you keep coming here? I mean, it's so late, it's not exactly safe. Oh. Yes, noted. I don't worry about them. And they say as hell. And they sure as hell don't worry about me. I'm sure they'd be upset if they knew that what you're doing. Oh, you sure about it? Althea's voice, which had been so light and non-offensive, before took on a steely edge. Leaned forward, her eyes snapped in the gloom. They no longer looked like fireflies, more like will-o-wisps. I'm sorry if this sounds rude, Aspen, but you don't know the first thing about my family. How do you know how they would feel about me? I'm sorry. You should be. Don't lecture me about things you don't understand. My parents don't care about anything other than themselves. That's just the way they are. They don't even know that I exist half the time. They never talk to me. While I'm glad I don't want to talk to them anyway. They're so boring and miserable. It makes me feel sick. Althea's words fell from her lips in a frenzied, almost exhausted tumble. When she saw Aspen shrinking away from her, her face pale, she paused. Not that it's your fault, I guess. I'm sorry for being short with you. Oh no, it's fine. And now you're acting all worried about me. To be honest, I must have by accident. To be honest, I'm surprised that you're not more worried about yourself. What do you mean? Aren't you scared of being in this old house, like with a weird, creepy girl like me? I'm not scared. You don't sound too sure. I'm not sure about most things, but I knew that I wanted to come back here. Why is that? You didn't sound so keen coming here last time. I thought your friends had pulled you into it. Althea placed a finger around her eyes, like binoculars, and glanced left and right into the dirty kitchen. They're not waiting outside for you like last time, are they? No, they're not. They both went back home. Oh, I see. Althea perhaps noted the faint wrinkle in Aspen's brow, though leaned forward once more. You didn't get into a fight, did you? How did you know? Please. You're not exactly hard to read. I just thought it would be quite hard to read in Miss Lyon's kitchen. Faces or otherwise was so very dark. The dim light afforded by the moon's rays hardly helped. Maybe Althea was used to the dark. She must have eaten a lot of carrots as a young girl. I told her she'd come to this house so often that she'd pick up the smallest details of the other might have missed. Well, if you really want to know, I said some things, Pippa. And she got into a huff, and we didn't talk at all last night, though she was supposed to be staying over. It was really awkward and uncomfortable. I kind of wish I'd kept my mouth shut. So, you still regret it? I'm not sure I'd want to say those things to her. I wanted to say those things to her for a long time, but I've never had the courage. Maybe I'm happy I finally got to give her a piece of my mind. Good on you. What made you do it, though? I don't think you were the confrontation type. I'm not. Not really. But after talking to you, well, you stood up for yourself because of me? I guess, Aspen's cheeks turned pink again. She ducked her head, trying to hide both behind her hair. Aspen's eyes almost blended in with the darkened surroundings. It looked like the air itself taken a bite out of her face. You encouraged me, I guess. maybe that's why I came back. I wanted to thank you. Oh, don't worry about it. Help girls, especially pretty ones like you. Free. I help girls, especially pretty ones like you. They're free. Oh, damn it. Alice's face flushed redder still. It seemed unfair that her own cheeks should blister quite so badly. But Althea remained white and milky. Did she have a single ounce of shame in her body? I don't know, but she got that wrist. She's really good. She's gonna slide in those DMs if my phone wasn't broken. How could she call her a perfect stranger? Pretty. Despite Althea's enthusiasm. Ephemeral, ethereal looks, she must have had nerves of steel. Was that how she was able to sit inside a dead woman's kitchen, legs swinging, utterly unaffected by the house at the end? Gotta keep pressing space again, because I keep fizzing out. Lol. I am a little worried, though. It's going to be difficult when college starts up. I'm taking some of the same subjects as Pippa, and we won't be able to avoid seeing each other. I'm not good at making new friends. I told my parents about it, but they said, be fine. I told my parents about it. They said I would be fine. My dad seems to think I'm able to patch things up with Pippa in a few days, but he doesn't know her like I do. He doesn't know how stubborn she is. If she had a guide against somebody, she doesn't forgive. If she had a grudge against somebody, she doesn't forgive them. Not that easily. Even if that person used to be her friend. I see. Well, as this is partially my fault, I should try to make up for you. Why don't you be my friend instead? Huh? She stared at Althea, eyes a little too wide. Aspen had never been considered such a arrangement. She wanted to be dead. She and Althea, despite being alliterative names, seemed to exist in two completely different worlds. It didn't make sense that such an intriguing girl would want to be seen dead with someone as mundane as her. That's gonna be your friend. So we would have been dead. Aspen's world had been strange and topsy-turvy ever since she'd found Miss Lay Nitrogen last December. Her eyes rolled back and her mouth opened. Aspen thought after 6 long months, she finally managed to return to a case of normalcy. But now she wasn't so sure. What's happening? Shit. What did it just do? What did it just do? What did it just press? What just happened? Oh, I scrolled by accident. That's what happened. Okay. I somehow scrolled up a bunch. I think I was falling asleep again. I flicked my hand toward myself, which scrolled up a lot. The trackpad over here. I just flicked the trackpad by accident. And started scrolling up. Like this. Anyways, I'm fine. No, it's the caffeine, it's fine. I'll be fine after a shower. I'm almost... Where was I? I didn't sure about anything. Is that really alright? Why wouldn't it be? But, I mean... Why would you want to be my friend? It's not like I'm interesting or anything. In fact, I'm really plain. And if that wasn't enough, Aspen's mother still saw fit to buy her daughter's clothes, though she was 16 years old. If that wasn't sad, Aspen didn't know what was. But to her surprise, here's the crazy idea. I wanted to be your friend because I like you. But you hardly know me. Althea tutted. Maybe I don't know you well, but I do know you're fun to tease. You turn red easily. And though you're kinda shy, I think you have some serious guts. Most people would be too scared to come into a place like this, but you did. You came back not once, but twice. That's why I like you. That's why I want to be your friend. Your wish, son, Pippa. You deserve better. I think you're much more interesting than I am, but if you really don't mind, I think I'd like to be your friend. That's my line. See? I hope you don't mind hanging out with a weirdo like me. For all you know, you could be a ghost. I don't think you're a ghost. Why not? You seem much too... Aspen frowned, her brow furrowed as she searched for the right word. She'd really known Althea for 2 nights, not even, but she had a whole wealth of adjectives she could have used to conjugate with her. None of them fit quite right, though. Althea almost seemed to defy definition. Maybe it was because of her surroundings. Miss Lay's kitchen seemed to be very dread. Whereas Althea, you're so alive. Only when I'm around you. You might not believe it, but most of the time I'm quiet as all get up. You're right, I don't believe it. You're right, I don't believe it. And you don't believe I'm a ghost, either? Not for a second. You're way too solid. Oh. Are you saying I'm fat? Of course not. You'd be stupid. Althea was so slender, almost to the point of alarm. Her sternum was so pronounced. The jutting bone looked like blades. Well, I wonder. Sometimes when I've been sitting in this house for a few hours, I start to feel like a ghost. There's nobody else here, and it's so quiet it's easy to trick myself into thinking that I died along with the house. Althea hung her head. Her voice was wistful and far away, as though she was looking deep, deep, deep into the past. It was strange, though. Althea didn't look that old, though it was hard to tell in the darkness. Aspen thought she might have been around her own age. Surely, most 16-year-olds didn't have that much past to reflect on. Hey, Aspen? What is it? I was wondering. You're the first person I've seen in this house all summer. In fact, you're the first person I've really spoken to full stop. No way proof that I'm really real. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to fade away. It's scary. I can try, but how can I prove something like that? How can I prove something like that? It's simple. It's simple. Althea jumped down from the washing machine. Bats made a dull, dimensionless thud against the floor. It actually sounded real enough. Once little Aspen knew of ghosts, they didn't make mundane noises like that. Didn't they prefer moans and cries, rattling chains? You said we could be friends, right? Right. Then, let's make it official. Althea took a step forward, towards Aspen. That's a weird. I think I feel like I'm supposed to say towards. Althea took a step forward, Aspen. Aspen, for whatever reason, felt a sudden urge to step back. But that was foolish, wasn't it? Althea wasn't a ghost. Although she enjoyed spending her free time in the house of a dead woman, that didn't mean Althea herself was a corpse. Teenage girls often enjoy grimy things like than the general public suspected. Why else would fights to the death in political revolutions so popular in young adult fiction? But even so, Aspen couldn't quite shake the suspicion that something was off, no matter how subtle, about her new companion. Here. They extended her left hand, held her finger poised. Her nails were pale red, with the inside of a conch shell tipped with neatly trimmed lines of pale white. They were very pretty. Were they the fingers of a ghost? Aspen looked at her hand, which seemed clumsy in comparison, and frowned. What's this for? You don't know? Althea rolled her eyes. It's a pinky promise. Pinky promise? Isn't that for children? We're only teenagers. Technically, we're still children. Did you have a point? After knew she was the last person to complain about inventar rites of rituals. She'd only returned to Miss Elias home because the game of truth or dare, and no matter what Pippa said, it didn't get much more charged than that. So, weak fingers? That's right. If I'm a ghost, your fingers could go right through me. But if I'm real, I should feel soft and warm. Alright, Aspen cleared her throat. Let's try it. Yay. I haven't done this since I was a kid. Thanks for going on with it. Slowly, in the almost unnatural silence of Miss Elia's old kitchen, the two girls brought their fingers together. For a few moments before they touched, Aspen was seized with a sudden sick thought. What if their fingers really did peer through Aspen's palm? What if Althea was really a ghost? Or worse, a figment of her own imagination? Was it possible she simply invented the mysterious girl out of loneliness because she always found paper hard work and her parents were gone and the summer holidays were almost over and she'd had to go to college soon? But to Aspen's immense relief, under her spell, make a vow. Prince Green. Hand holding, not hand holding. Pinky promises. They're different. No hands are being held right now. Trying to find the server again and throwing it in there. Hey, into the chat. Cute. A little finger, sporting far up your nails and Althea's, and the other girls as if hovering in the air. The fingers intertwined together. Althea remained reassuringly solid, even the two girls shook their fingers together, forming a playground pact. A vow. Althea didn't disappear. When seen from close quarters, she looked more real than ever. As you can see the dimples in Althea's cheeks, the shadows beneath her eyes, and the individual strands of blonde hair that cascaded about her shoulders. Aspen realized, very more clearly than before, just how pretty the other girl was. No, she wasn't just pretty. She was beautiful. Well, Aspen drew her fingers away all of a sudden. Her throat felt dry. I think you felt pretty real to me. And you maybe. But can one ever really trust their own senses? How spooky. The world is really full of mysteries. She's a little shit. I love her. She's a little shit. She's a little shit and I love her. Look how sassy she is. Look at that sassy smile. Look at that sassy little fucking smile. Look at her go. Look at that LLC. Althea turned near 360 degrees. The tip of her black flat, the skirt fluttering like the head of a lily. Well, at least I feel a little better. Thank you, Aspen. It's no problem. When are you going to go home? I don't have a home. At least not one I'd like to go back to anytime soon. If you think it's dead around here, it's even more depressing back there. Then, when are you going to leave this place? Whenever I feel like it. Althea shrugged carelessly. It depends on my mood. Sometimes I hang around this old dump for a few minutes. Sometimes I stay for hours. Hours? Aspen stared. She could not imagine braving such a dark, oppressive atmosphere for so long. Ghostly images of the recently departed Miss Lay could drive her crazy. But Aspen reflected. Althea had never met Miss Lay before. She didn't know what it would have been like coming face to face with the dread woman in the very kitchen. What do you ever do in here for hours? I sit and read mostly. Can you see in the dark? I have a torch, obviously. Obviously. Do you ever look through the old rooms? I've done a little exploring, but there's not much to see. Came and nicked most everything of value. Althea glanced at the washing machine, which was tucked away in the corner by the door. Everything they could have managed to fit through the window, anyway. Do you think I'd be alright if I had a look around too? Well, why for me, Dobby? Why are you asking me, Dopey? Like I said, this is my house. Right. Aspen's Aspen's cheeks colored at the insult. It was so childish. Not at all like some of the words the boys at Graham's were capable of spotting, but it didn't really bother her. She'd heard worse. Dopey, by contrast, was almost endearing. It made Aspen think of the dwarves from Snow White. And with that, I think that's a good place to end it off for today, as I need to go shower. And I will do my squats tomorrow, because I need to shower, and also as much as it would be a good way to burn the calories, the caffeine, I need to shower. I need to shower, and I pride myself in my weird punctuality of of my weird times. Like, I eat at 7 or 8, I shower at 7, I eat at 2 p.m. I have a weird schedule. We're gonna Minecraft later. Probably. Most likely. Maybe. We'll see. Probably. I haven't played Minecraft in a while, so probably. We'll do it. Probably. Yep. But before that, let's go see anyone I know on existing. Let's see. Quick ones over. Anyone I know existing right now on live? Anyone? No. Here. Not here. Checking the VTuber tag real quick. Because we always get our Sapphic Sunday raids are always a great thing to do. We do enjoy Sapphic Sunday raids. Red Dead, just chatting, art, Genshin. Final Fantasy 14 online. Hey, did you remember the hit game Final Fantasy 14 online? Arting. More art. Random. I like how to like. I don't know anyone. Let's just scroll through the VTuber tag. Anyone interesting? Art. Just always read art. Non-stop art rating. When in doubt, written art VTuber. Because why not? Anyways, here's our raid message. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you again, Pause, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Thanks to everyone else for lurking and all that stuff. Hope you all have a lovely rest of your Sapphic Sunday. I'll see you tomorrow for a new game, because we finished Resistor relatively quickly. And so well, not surprised. I didn't think it's like only 2 streams, but we did it. And anyway, but yeah, thank you for hanging out. Now I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Bye bye.